green. We are racing. Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they touch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flapper daneben, das macht er. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da den Diffusor ran. Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Well, it's time to go once again for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. The page has been turned to 2023, and while there's plenty of unknowns for drivers to be thinking about, one certainty is the return to the green hell for round 3 of the championship, the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race. Hello everyone and welcome along. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside once again with Somel Aurora. And Somel, Happy New Year to you first. How excited are you to get ready to go racing once again?
Happy New Year, Arjuna. Very, very excited indeed, because after the last round, I was just waiting for this one. How will the drivers come back after such a dramatic race? And that question is going to be answered today. But I hope that all the drivers have also taken a good break, because really, there's not been much of a gap between Christmas, New Year and this race. So I wonder who's actually very well prepared and who isn't.
Let's not forget that in at least one of our classes, there was a big shake-up in the car before our last round of the championship when we went racing for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. GT3 cars in that SP9 class, maybe the drivers have figured out the balance of the cars a little bit more, and we'll see how quickly they have been able to get up to speed. Qualifying, though, already underway at this fearsome venue. First, before those SP9 cars roll out, it's multi-class qualifying for the Cup 2s, for the SP10, and for your SP3T cars. Here are a handful of those. You got the touring car as well as a Mercedes GT4 rising up towards Flugplatz and then working their way flat out, almost onto the grass as well. And we say this all the time, Sommel, but it's worth talking about now as we check in with that Nürburgring Esports 309 Mercedes. Qualifying is not the be-all and end-all, but we know how crazy and chaotic these races can be. It's in your best interest to be further towards the front to stay out of trouble.
Exactly. You don't want to be finding yourself somewhere in the midfield of your pack, not around P4, P5. Because the mayhem starts exactly there and you just want to dodge it with all possibilities at the very, very beginning. So there's always that incentive. But the other thing is, there are so many fast teams in the DNLS, Arjuna, who will absolutely bang on nail the strategy. So you don't want to be further off them and try to ensure that the race is just intentionally hard. And so this session becomes very, very interesting, especially because it's multi-class. For the SP9s, they have an open set of track, they have a very, very clean road, nothing to worry about, but not so much over here. You've got to deal with other categories as well and essentially sort of lap them around before the race even begins.
Let's quickly run you down through some championship standings with about 12 or so minutes left before we see the final of these 3 classes in qualifying, and then we'll turn our attention over to your SP9 cars. We'll start with this SP10 category, made up, of course, of the GT4s, whether you're in a Mercedes or a BMW or BOP that the series organizers put together, trying to make those a little bit closer, and it's quite close at the front right now. Urano Esports, we saw Konstantin Schaaf drive the first race, the H&R 3-hour race, by himself using one of those jokers, and what a stunning performance it was to be able to work his way through the field and stay out of trouble. Was able then to capitalize on the next race, the NIMEX 3.5-hour race, this time paired with Dylan Strivens, and Urano Esports in their 390 lead the championship. BS competition, the Zebras are in second. It was Felix Kornbach and Ruben Bonga in round number 1. Josh Anderson and Phil Denez in round number 2, a complete shake-up in the car between the first and second rounds of the championship. A little bit of continuity here. Josh Anderson still in the car, but this time sharing with Felix Kornbach, the Deutscher Payment Dolphin. At 3:42 runs third in this category as well, after what's been a up and down run after the first race was a little bit difficult. Round number 2 definitely saw them fighting up towards the front. Let's go up a class then, and let's talk about the Cup 2s very quickly, where, of course, it's a single mate class here with that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, the new 992 generation of it, where Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are tied on points with the Phoenix Racing Esport Cup machine. what a fantastic battle we are going to be shaking up for that one across the course of the championship. Each team has grabbed a victory already, and the question will be, how do they maintain that momentum forward here in 2023? Final class that's out on track for qualifying, SP3T. It's another single-make category, with the Hyundai Elantra NTC being the sole car in this class. But of course, defending champions Team Hoisingveld have been up at the front. Fabian Siegmann drove by himself to victory in that NIMEX 3.5-hour race to close out 2022. But of course, it is SimRC that run on top right now with a first and second under their belt. Felix Luding, Corentin Gunes, and Kieran Harrison have been the three drivers that have competed in that car over the course of the season. And of course, there's a championship, Sommel, where we carry forward the point system from the Nürburgring Endurance Series in the real world. And therefore, the more cars that you have in your class, the more points you can score. When we're talking about an overall championship, I've got to make sure I've done the math correctly there on my end, but that's one of the things I love about this championship. It's not just fighting in your class, you're fighting across the classes as well.
Indeed, and although when you're racing that doesn't really come to mind, eventually at the end of the championship that will count up, and that feels a little bit extra special. But even within the classes, Arjuna, there are so many great teams that it feels like you're fighting against the best of the very, very best. And in that, winning must feel so satisfactory, because at the end of the day, there are so many top teams that are pushing you out to the very, very limit. There's not much variation that you can do with strategy. So at the end, it's all about how you maximize each and every single race. And even that is such a tiny margin to compete with. So at the end, this must feel amazing to just complete a championship at the DNLS, and imagine what it must be like to win it at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And I mean, you go back to the end of last season in the SP9 category, where it didn't come down to just the checkered flag of the season, but to a visit to the steward's room as well. This championship has been so exciting since it arrived here on iRacing about 3 odd years ago, and we head into another year and some great virtual racing here, of course, both in the DNLS, but of course in iRacing as well. So as we mentioned, about 8 more minutes for these drivers to finish up their laps. We were out on board with the 209 IES Sim Racing Schweizer's Simon Amoser as he works his way down through the final part of the Nordschleife before exiting out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hohe. As it runs right now, it's Urano Esports in the 290 that sits at the top in your Cup 2 category by about 7 or tenths of a second from Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Simsa Esports in SP10 have provisional pole with Tony Renainen in that 347 punching in an 8:23.537, and the margins in that category are oh so fine. About a second splits the top 7 cars, and not such a small margin in SP3T, where maybe it is not a surprise to see SimRC on top there by 1.4 seconds. And of course, the thing in qualifying here, we mentioned multi-class qualifying, Sommel, but you have about 30 odd minutes to try and get a lap in without encountering any sort of traffic, but it's very much the luck of the draw as we check in with Team Hoisingveld, our defending champions.
Indeed, there are so many different cars in this particular category that it makes it so hard to find that clean piece of road. And when you do, it's also a task to make sure that you don't stay off it, because at the Nürburgring, you may be one of the greats of the entire sport, but still, mistakes are so easy to come by. And in that one qualifying lap, can you deliver it over so many different corners? That's the major challenge. And so I don't think you can ever do a perfect lap at the Nürburgring, unless, of course, your name is Stefan Belloff. But even then, there is some margin for error, right? Somewhere you might feel, oh my goodness, I could have gone maybe a tenth faster, maybe 2 tenths faster over there. And so it's all about just getting the best lap that you possibly can without fretting over it way too much, because there will be places where you will lose time. But again, you can't ponder over it far too much, because then there are hundreds of other corners as well that you need to tackle at the same time. So what a crazy challenge qualifying is over here. And that's, by the way, if you find a clean track.
And even if you succeed in qualifying, if you had success in the previous round, well, the first time you dive down towards pit lane, you're going to get a success penalty. A victory in your class means you are held stationary for 30 seconds. Second place in class means 20 seconds. And third, final step of the podium, 10 seconds added, of course, in the pit lane time. We're looking at the car that took the victory in our NIMEX 3.5-hour race. So this Team Hoisingveld 401 machine, which will have Stefan Scheller and Fabian Siegmann behind the wheel. Once we get to the end of the first stint of the race. We'll see these guys dive on down and drop 30 seconds further back as a result, but we saw with SimRC as well, able to fight their way back to second. So after a 30-second success penalty in round number 1, SimRC now have a 20-second success penalty in round number 2, but it means that you've got to work your way forward, and in a race like this, 3 hours doesn't seem long, but so much is going to happen, Samuel. You can never give up, no matter the circumstance.
Oh, indeed. Last lap changes have happened. We've seen drivers crash out on the first lap. We've seen major strategy changes and strategy calls in the middle of the race. We have, in fact, seen a car literally end up losing the race on the last lap because they fueled 1 lap too short and they lost it literally at the checkered flag. So crazy things have happened at the DNLS and crazy things will continue to happen. And so for all the drivers, you can never settle, be it qualifying, be it the race. I just can't imagine what it must be like to compete in such a high-pressure championship like this one. It's probably way beyond my level, but then again, that's why the drivers are right here, because they absolutely ace it all the time.
Yeah, there's a reason we're up here in the commentary booth. We're not like John Hindorf. We don't have FIA race licenses at the end of the day. We watch BS competition, Felix Kornbach on the Dottinger Hoa. See if he's going to improve on this lap time. It was just over a quarter of a second that split him from Simsa Esports on lap number 1. Quick update, by the way, in class. It is silly season in sim racing if you've been following along on social media. Big changes happening right now, and they have indeed affected some of our competitors in GT4. The Walkenhorst X-Racer 335 that's seen Alex Arana be at the wheel, along with Tatu Sipala for the opening couple of rounds. Alex Arana has left Williams Esports, and so Alexia Loma goes from the Walkenhorst SP9 car into the SP10 car, still alongside Tatu Sipala. He is replaced in the GT3 by Dominic Stabe. We will still see Sami Matti Trogan in that car. Here comes Kornbach to the line, though. Is he going to find an improvement? No, it's about just over 7 hundredths rather of a second slower. But he is going, I think, to get enough time to wrap around the Nordschleife once again and to see if he will improve. I'm not sure if you've been following along on social media, Sommel, but yeah, I think silly season somewhat undersells just how crazy things are right now in our little world of sim racing.
So many major changes, and when I first read that Alex Arana has left Williams, I was like, what? That can even happen? I thought he was one of the permanent fixtures over there. But then again, that's what just keeps on happening in the world of sim racing. Stability is... What is stability? When you often have drivers sticking around for so many years. I think recently we also had so many other big Team C driver changes too. I think Bo Albert left Altus Esports early last year too. So I was also confused that, wow, Bo Albert seemed to be like the heart and soul of that team. So how does that happen? And I think you can replace the driver in terms of their performance, but what really cannot be replaced is the kind of personality they bring to the team. And when you're competing in a championship like the DNLS Arjuna, I think that's the most important part, right? How do you gel as a team, and how do you bring your other teammates up to the same level? And that, I think, is going to be some miss for the Walkenhorst car.
Oh, half a second found there by Team RSO. And to your point on the teams and whatnot, Team RSO are going to see a handful of their drivers stepping away from the stable and joining up with Maniti, a team that we don't see in this championship, but those that follow any of the iRacing special events will be very familiar with. So it's not just drivers stepping away, but maybe parts of teams finding better fits for themselves as well. It's always interesting to see how they find those opportunities. Qualifying wraps to a close, though, for most of these competitors, and you look at the margins at the front. In SP3T, Team Heusingfeld were able to bring it down to about 8.5 tenths of a second to that SimRC 476, but at Urano Esports time of a 7:54.252 stands almost 1.4 seconds quicker than the next fastest car, and we already start to see your SP9s getting lined up and ready to go. One of our Haupt Racing Team Mercedes, powered by the Unicorns of Love car, alongside with that Walkenhorst BMW that's seen that driver switch up. Sami Matti Trogan will, of course, be doing qualifying duties, as real-world drivers must do qualifying and must do the start in this SP9 category. We're going to reach the halfway mark of this championship through the course of this race, but we're going to step aside for a few moments. Don't go anywhere. as we continue our coverage of qualifying for the Schu's Messtechnik 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. It's been a fascinating couple of rounds in 2022. The cars will roll out for qualifying for the first time in 2023, already shuffling their way around. We're going to be back with qualifying.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zur NLS.
welcome back to Go Fast Time at the Green Hell. The SP9s are out on track and beginning their first time lap times here for the Schu's Messtechnik 3 hours of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Somil Aurora. We've already seen your Cup 2, the SP10s and the SP3T classes out in qualifying, and now the fastest of these cars out on track. And we're on board with Will Tregurtha in the Williams Esports Razor car as he winds his way through the gears up to the very top of the RPM range and into one of the fastest corners of the track at Schwaudenkrantz, down into Arenberg, one of my favorite sections of the track, not including the fun part that is the entirety of the section after the carousel to basically you cross the start-finish line. Somel, we mentioned this slightly earlier when we got underway with this qualifying session, but these GT3 cars in iRacing underwent a significant change about a handful of days before these drivers went racing for round number 2, that NIMEX 3.5-hour race. One of the big changes being mandatory front ride height of 70 millimeters to reflect what we have in the real world. Now the drivers, like you say, will hopefully have spent some time relaxing with their family, their friends, but hopefully they've also figured out exactly what they need to do to be fast in this car.
Precisely, and I think many of the teams were sort of caught out by the new changes coming in the last round, but now they've had a decent bit of time, or so I hope at least, to get those changes ready in, because what happens with that is the car rides slightly higher and the entire way that it behaves completely goes for a toss. Suddenly, all the setups that you've built over years and years of experience with the GT3 cars go for a waste, because the car basically says, well, this setup is invalid because I need at least 70 millimeters of ride height. And so there's lots of hard work to go in there to put in to try and find out, hey, what the right setup is. But luckily, at least the drivers know the circuit. That's not a problem at all. So they know the Nürburgring with the back of their hand. So they don't need to worry about, let's say, the characteristics of the track. What they can now focus on is just dialing in the setup properly. And they've had ample of time for that, approximately around a month, and most people have been very, very happy with the update. So let's see if they can indeed get those setup dialed in. But hey, when I say most people are happy, I don't mean Porsche racers, because that Porsche has been hit hard.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, you're talking about some drivers being very happy. The man behind the wheel of this Door Esports number 20 was not so thrilled during round number 2 of our championship after taking victory alongside Lucas Müller in our opening race. It's fair to say Door Esports went through the wars at the end of 2022. I saw Moritz on Twitter saying that the goal is to be back up towards the podium. See exactly how that plays out for him, because of course they are not going to be one of our teams with the success penalty. Williams Esports Razor are winners in that NIMEX 3.5-hour race, 30 seconds stationary for them. The 55 AMG Team Williams Esports entry also with 20 seconds for them to be served. Team BMW Bank in that number 7 will also have 10 seconds at the end of our first stint. As mentioned, SP9 has the requirement that a real-world competitor must do the qualifying and must do the start of the race as well. I think the minimum requirement was 8 laps. We saw a couple of different approaches to try and work their way through that. Be interesting to see exactly how that works out. If you're wondering what qualifies you as a real-world driver, well, either an FIA race license, 5 real Nürburgring Langstrecken starts, as that's the Leipzig Esports Lamborghini the wrong way at the Mutkurve, or one of the Nürburgring 24-hour races in the real world. You must fulfill one of those conditions. We've seen just how difficult Mutkurve can be, and that one of our few Lamborghinis, in fact, it might be the only Lamborghini that we have in the field. The good thing is, still enough time to go for qualifying. So even though that number 10 machine has Robin Streichek, the German, behind the wheel, they'll get another opportunity to race. The reason we talk about the pro drivers, though, Sobel, is that there are some pro drivers that have sim racing bona fides. Moritz Lohner for one, Sami Matti Trogan for another, Wiltr Goethe, Bruno Spengler. These are all teams and names that we're familiar with. Here we look at what happened, by the way, and you just saw too much speed, overcommitted on entry.
Way too much moot for the curver, and of course that does end up in an accident. No, that can happen very much, even if you're someone who's very, very experienced like Robin Streichek. But great that you mentioned the size and the quality of the grid, Arjuna, because Bruno Spengler, I don't know if we can call Bruno Spengler just a real-world driver now, considering the amount of sim racing experience. Same way for Sindri Setsos. I don't think we can call him just a sim racing driver. Same for Moritz Lohner, same for Sami Matti Trogan. It's like the worlds are colliding, and the realms aren't that different anymore. You've got these people who are acing both these sides of it, and I think they really embody the DNLS in its whole spirit, right? Which is basically trying to simulate the real world in the virtual world and trying to reach that level of perfection with everything that they do. And they essentially are getting it done very, very well. And I wonder, it's so much fun to have a chat with them to better understand, hey, what's the differences like between the cars? Of course, there are going to be some differing from the platform, but nevertheless, the way you strategize, the way you work with the team, very much similar and very interesting.
I think that's a topic we can talk a little bit more about as we work through the course of this race, not just in this category, but in all our categories. Get some lap times across the board then in your SP9 class. Bruno Spengler may be the very first across the line in his BMW. What's it going to be? 7:49, well, 7:50, 2:76 for the BMW bank car, but only second fastest is Elias Seppänen in the AMG Team HRT by Unicorns of Love car that for a moment had pole position. But guess who is currently on top? We wait for the rest of the cars to streak across the line. But as it stands, after one lap in Go Fast time, it's Moritz Lohner in that Door Esports Porsche that is on top. You can see for a moment, because there came Alexei Nesov in the AMG for Urano Esports, the 91, now on top.
And the times are dropping, and they should be dropping. We're finally at the 7 minute 49s, but the pole time from the last DNLS round was 7 minutes 47.1. So let's wait and see how much faster the drivers can go on their last lap. And the last lap, mind you, is the one with the most pressure, because if you get that one wrong, it's only a banker lap time that counts, and suddenly you might not have a lap time that's that much faster than your actual pace. So let's wait and see what happens in this one. This is going to be the proper pressure moment of qualifying, and with 4.5 minutes to go, the times will drop hard.
We see Marek Bokman back in the car for the Williams Esports number 55. Three-time winner in his class for the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Has just a bit of experience here at the Green Hell. Where's that going to stand him, though, as he builds up the hill before he dives down towards Tiergarten? Currently, a second splits the top 5 cars in qualifying. It's Alexei Nesov that's on pole for Urano. Moritz Lohner second for Door. Elias Sepinen in our defending champion entry, the AMG Team HRT by Unicorns of Love. Bruno Spengler, Sami Matti Trogan, rounding out the rest of the top 5. Sindre Setsos for the Adrenaline Motorsports number 19. On the outside of row 3, as it stands, Mercedes powered down to the line. What will it be for Bokman? Going to be above a 750, but it will be a 751 almost on the dot. It's good enough to slide him forward in towards the top 10, where now all of your Williams Esports entries find themselves. And of course, this is the 55 car, as mentioned, that will have a 20-second success penalty to be served. Seen a handful of the cars dive down to pit lane to get some fresh rubber as well. But they do have enough time to go for qualifying, because much like in the real world, Sommel, they're able to take a shortened out lap. They don't have to complete the entirety of the Nordschleife, but instead, once you get to the end of the GP section, you can hook a right, take the regular hairpin that leads you back to the start-finish line and wind up once again. It's what allows you to have these extra times in qualifying. However, tires may not necessarily be at their peak temperature window, and you also will lose about a couple of tenths of a second on the run down to turn 1 as you jump on board with Andy Goulden in that Deutsche Payment Cobra car.
Thank goodness it's not the longer lap, because the drivers would be here forever trying to warm up their tires and then going for one lap, because this is a long circuit. There's no need to explain all of that. But no, you can take that right turn after the final corner of the GP section and then get going for your lap. And of course, it might not be the ideal amount of time to warm up your tires, but then again, you do end up doing that on your way at the Nordschleife as well, as you keep on going in the circuit as well. So lots of little quirks as a part of the DNLS that won't normally be part of any other racing championship, but that's just how we roll, including this one, the success penalties as well, and also so many other rules that I can't quite think of at this moment in time. But these two definitely stand out for sure.
You're getting a nice lesson about the Nordschleife on board with the head instructor at the Nürburgring Driving Academy. Not sure there are too many better people to learn about this fantastic track from. Down the hill, now into it's a very technical section here. This flip-flop sort of a chicane is cambered in, but also loads the car in a really weird way at times. Then you're down through miss, hit, miss, because as the name suggests, miss, hit, miss the apex. Before you get to Wursiphon, the slowest part of the Nordschleife, always you'll lock the left front as it gets up into the air. It's more of a psychological factor than anything else. Then down towards the Lauda S, towards Bergwerk you go. Towards what is the most crucial corner on the Nordschleife, in my opinion. Not this one here. As you work your way off camber on power, down through that Lauda S, or Lauda left, I don't forget the exact name of the corner. I think it's here. But Bergwerk, the run up towards Bravery, it's uphill and it's foot to the floor. You make a mistake here and you feel the punishment until you get onto the anchors just before the carousel. To put things in context as well, because our SP9 cars are the fastest on track, The Cup 2 class is by no means slow, Sommel, and if we get a bit of multi-class chaos between SP9 and Cup 2s, it can be difficult for the SP9s to pass those Porsche 992 Cup cars with the amount of top speed that they've got. They're only about 4 or 5 seconds off the pace of their bigger brothers.
I still find it crazy how Porsche have made such a good and such a fast car that's in the real world that much cheaper than a GT3. I still get bothered by thinking that, hey, why would anyone then spend money to race in the GT3 category? But then that's a different ball game altogether. The whole point is, these are frustrating cars to lap the Cup 2s because eventually, as you rightly mentioned, Arjuna, the top speed is there. You've just got to find a way past them in the corners, which then again is quite a hard thing to do because the corners of the Nürburgring, just take a look at them. Take a look at how narrow the margins are and how just omnipresent the grass is that you could just put one wheel on it and suddenly your entire race could be ruined. So you don't want to be coming across the Cup 2 traffic very, very often. Luckily, they don't because they lap at such a similar pace that you don't tend to see SP9s and Cup 2 cars very, very closely to each other. But when they do, my goodness, we've seen so many cases of drivers just getting into a state of panic trying to lap the other one out.
I think panic's a good way of putting it. Time is officially expired in qualifying. Drivers are allowed to finish the lap that they're on, but that is it. The RC Car Shops Esports number 33. No lap time on the board in our guest entry BMW M4 GT3. It's Markus Fischer, the Austrian, behind the wheel. He'll be sharing this car with Christian Stockel, a fellow Austrian, as well as Michael Besuch in a three-man lineup. You can see already a bit of damage taken on the front end despite the front ride height minimum of 70 millimeters, which is, again, exactly what they must ride in the real world as well. Always interesting to see exactly how low to the ground, though, in previous races in this DNLS that the drivers were trying to get the car all the way sucked to the floor. Here is Adam Christodoulou in that AMG Team HRT by Unicorns of Love. Add some more acronyms to that team name if we can, just to make it even more difficult for our commentators. But Adam's got the slight complication of a car in front of him, which is never something that, in my opinion, you want at the Nordschleife. You want as much clean track as possible. It does help that the car in front, though, is Bruno Spengler, who's up in 4th in the qualifying times.
You don't quite want it to be in front of you until you're at the Dottinger-Höhe. And then, you just want the car in front of you in any case whatsoever. There's just so much of time to gain from the draft. But for Adam, this will still be a bit of a challenge to ensure that Bruno's right there at the Dottinger-Höhe because, no disrespect, but Bruno Spengler's BMW bank car has been far, far faster in the season so far. For Adam Christodoulou, it'll be great if he can tag along in the virtual world, that is the real world. I don't want to compare their paces, but so far that number 4 car has not quite been as quick. So I want to see if they can keep up in qualifying, because if they can, it'll be a good sign for the race. It'll show that the pace is improving, that potentially we could have another car fighting for the win, but so far they're only 11th in qualifying. So I want to see an improvement over there. That'll be fun.
Similar situation for Sindre Setzels, but he's tucked up behind Wiltra Goethe, who's only about half a tenth of a second slower on their opening lap. So the BMW and the Mercedes in this case quite equally matched, and so two veterans of the ring. I think it's going to be too much of a hassle for them to manage this final half of the lap as they begin to dive down the hill. Here's Sami Matti Trogan in that walking horse number 34. That was on course for the victory in round number 1 until about where he was on the very final lap when his teammate made a small mistake, and that's what allowed Door Esports to work their way on through. But of course, it's not as simple as that. Door Esports and Lucas Muller had piled the pressure onto the Walkenhorst entry over the final hour and a half of the race, and Alexia Loma inevitably broke, I think, under the weight of that pressure, because, boy, Muller was closing lap after lap after lap. Here's our defending champions, though, in a car that you're not going to miss. The Haupt Racing Team number 1, powered by the Unicorns of Love, in partnership with Mercedes AMG as well. Here's another car that you're definitely not going to miss. The bright green front end of the Williams Esports car. I will say, at the very least, Williams usually make it quite easy for us to pick which car is which by bold colors like this, Sobel.
Oh yeah, I love it. I actually don't quite love this particular livery. It's a fast car, so it's anyway a beautiful car, so that's not the point. The point is, they make it easier to see, but yes, I just prefer their white and blue scheme a little bit more. It just seems like the pace prefers this number 15 car, because at the end of the last race weekend, this was the one that won. And suddenly, Arjuna, they weren't there anywhere in race number 1. And all of a sudden, they won race number 2 with a big margin. They're back up in the championship fight. And now the whole scenario is a bit odd. Now, the first 2 teams from the entire championship in the first round, we saw Walkenhorst and Durr being the major competitors. They were nowhere in the second round. So it's crazy how everyone cannot quite stay stable in this championship. It's always a game of moving chairs in that regard. And so you can't really tell who's a proper championship contender until you get to the proper last hours of the championship. And that also is quite a long way away, because we've got 3 hours today and then a couple of other races too. So this championship could be going anywhere still.
Let's not forget about the championship situation. Like Samuel mentioned, this is the craziest class of them all. 10 points separates the top 7 competitors. It is Williams Esports Razor that is tied at the front with the number 55 AMG Team Williams Esports car. Door Esports then 1 point back in third, with the Walkenhorst 34 a further 3 points back. It's going to be very crazy though in this round as drivers look to get some momentum. Speaking of momentum, Door Esports and Moritz Lohner back on top provisionally. Elias Sepinen able to go to second for a moment until Sami Matti Trogan by 0.8 of a second grabs the pole once again. Does Bruno Spengler have anything to say about that? Or will Alexei Nesov in that 91 for Urano be the one to spoil the party? Bruno Spengler 0.2 off. At best, he'll be second when we get underway. Adam Christodoulou can only improve to 11th, but at the back of the shot, there's the Urano Esports car that was on top a moment ago, but Nesov with a 7:48.543 can only grab second. It's Walkenhorst Motorsports back on top here at the Green Hell.
That is more like it. That's more like the Walkenhorst team that we know from round 1. And this is interesting to see, because suddenly Urano are not that far off, and neither are BMW Team Bank. Think about it. Only 0.2 of a second at such a huge circuit. This, Arjuna, over the course of the entire race is going to be compressed even more. And I think we're in for a proper treat in SP9s all the way through.
Be interesting how the success penalties play things out. Leipert Esports and Robin Strycek, after the initial spin at the Moot Curva in qualifying, will punch in a 7:52. At least gets himself onto the board. Mark Boekman might be one of the final cars across the line in that Williams Esports number 55. Is he going to find any improvement? Maybe a 7:54, so had an issue on that lap and finds no extra time. Qualifying not always the most crucial here at the Nordschleife, however, staying out of trouble will be. And once we work through the first cycle of pit stops, we pedal to the metal and go. An intense qualifying session for the drivers, not much time for them to get the adrenaline out of their system and get calmed down for the hectic race start as we get ready for the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race, round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Here's a look at how they'll line up, and we'll start in the SP3T class. SimRC on top in the championship and on top in qualifying once more. Great job from the 476, but 0.8 of a second back. Team Heusingveld will be looking to use the draft to keep themselves close in that championship fight. Impulse by GTU 422 will be in second. As we scroll through the rest of the names, PureSims, Parabit, Mollerbill, Alemania, Undici, PPM, and Garage Schmidt, the top 10. Here's a look at your SP10s then, where Simsa Esports and Tony Renainen will bring us to the green. They'll be alongside Konstantin Schaaf, the championship leading machine, while the BS competition car, after grabbing the victory in round number 1, will try and get back to the top set of the podium. Door Esports Junior led for the vast majority of round 2 until a technical issue dropped them out. Can they bounce back from that? But Corsim Racing 2, BCMC Motorsports, Team RSO, and Walkenhorst X-Racer complete the front 4 rows. Don't forget, big change for that 335 Walkenhorst X-Racer entry. Alex Arana no longer behind the wheel. Alexia Loma jumps in to replace him. TR Motorsports in their Mercedes will line up 9th in front of the Nürburgring Esports team that completes the top 10. Deutsche Payment Dolphin Core Sim Racing 1 and the Turtle Sim Racing Mercedes 323 round out the cars in this two-manufacturer SP10 category. Great to see both the BMW and Mercedes entries scattered through the starting grid. Over to the Cup 2s, where it's going to be the Urano Esports car that's shown plenty of pace but has had no luck in the race itself that will lead us to the green. They'll be alongside the championship leaders, tied championship leaders, because both Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Phoenix Racing Esports Cup have 26 points apiece and will be looking to do battle for another 3 hours. Leipzig Esports Yellow in 4th with Greik Motorsports 5th, Peter Bonk Performance in 6th, the IES Sim Racing Schweizer 269 in front of the Simsa Esports 260 machine that completes the first 4 rows with about 3.5 seconds of separation. Don't judge too much by that. Remember, the 3 classes we've talked about so far in the starting grid all qualified on the same track at the same time. They did not have the luxury of a clean track like the SP10s had. Final couple of cars in this class, it's going to be the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 276 car that's been a consistent guest entry over the course of the season. They're inside of the Avia W&S eMotorsports 222 with Kramer Racing Esports 11th, W&S eMotorsports DNLS in 12th. Another WS Racing Esports car in 13th, although this one a slightly different team. Nest Academy by WMS and IBAC Sim Racing 15. Cup 2 cars, identical Cup 2 cars, ready to rumble for 3 hours at the Green Hell. Last but not least, it's the SP9s that will get us underway. Sami Matti Trogan does it again. He's on pole position with a 7:48.329, with only about a quarter of a second off. Alexei Nesov will look to pressure at the start, along with Bruno Spengler in the Team BMW bank car, while round 1 winners Dor Esports and Moritz Lohner are back in the fight. Elias Seppänen in the AMG Team HRT by Unicorns of Love #1 lines up 5th inside of Sindre Setsos in the Adrenaline Motorsports #19 BMW. The second of your Urano Esports cars will line up in 7th inside of last time out winner Will Tregurther in the Williams Esports Razor car alongside Vasilius Belitsiotis. That's the 4 cars, front 4 rows in SP9. They're split by just over 2.3 seconds. These drivers only got 2 attempts at go fast time. Some had to settle for the times that they could get onto the board. Behind Tregurther will be 2 more Williams Esports entries, the 53 and the 55. That will see Philip Gogolok and Marek Bokman behind the wheel there. The Mahler Racing Team Porsche is going to line up in 11th with the Phoenix Racing Esports GT3 car in 12th. AMG's second entry with Team HRT by UOL. Adam Christodoulou will be up in 13th spot. With Leipzig Esports, the Valkyrie Experience 777, and then Deutsche Payment Cobra G-Tech Competition. And our last car in the class, I do believe, is going to be RC Car Shops number 33, which will see Marcus Fischer starting that one off. 4 fantastic classes ready to rumble once more. 58 machines out on the Green Hell here on iRacing Sommel. It's a great way to start off the new year, but this is not fun for the drivers. This is about getting back into that championship rhythm.
So true. They've had a bit of a break since the last round, and then there is the biggest challenge for them yet to come, the first lap. You can not really win a race on the first lap. You can surely pass a couple of cars, and that can be the foundation stone of your entire race, but not so much winning the race entirely. But you can very well lose it, and we've seen so many teams have issues on the first couple of laps, Arjuna, and that has entirely wrecked their 3 or 3.5 hour race so far this season. So this will be a moment of chaos, but a moment of organized chaos, I hope, because I don't want to see any team already losing out their chances so early in the race. But quite a mixed grid, I'd say. Quite a few teams and drivers not where I expected them to be, and some returning back to form. So overall, I think this is going to be a very exciting start with not really a clear idea of what we can expect over the course of the next 3 hours, which is good.
There's the look at the 18 SP9 cars ready to go. Quick update from race control, because they've already been quite busy as I grab a look through their incident report sheet. A couple of stop and hold penalties that we're going to see in your SP10 class. You're also going to see some drive-through penalties in a handful of the classes. We'll talk a bit more about those as we get underway with this one. The drivers are just getting their final moments of sanity, I think is the best way to put it, before they go racing. Once we get underway, relentless is the challenge that the Green Hell will provide. When it comes to starting drivers, do remember in SP9 that we are going to see real-world drivers take the start. They must complete 8 laps through the course of this 3-hour race, and we'll see exactly how they choose to structure that one out. 2 crazy rounds in the book, Sommel. 3 more hours on the clock. I mean, what are you expecting as we kick off a new year?
A bit of madness, of course, that's always going to happen at the DNLS, that is for sure. But I want to see strategy, because this 3-hour format is what the drivers and teams are normally used to in the DNLS. Finally, we've returned to this particular time zone. So what do the drivers do in this case? How do they get an edge on each other when everyone knows the time so well and everyone knows the strategy so well? That is going to be the intriguing part for me.
Strategy is not going to be, I think, as wild as what we had in that NIMEX 3.5-hour race, where it was very, very different. Is a look at the track conditions. It's about as perfect a racing surface as you can get. Cold in the air, plenty of grip for these iRacing tires to bite into the surface, and not much cloud cover to speak of as well. Great shot as the cars climb towards the entry into Tiergarten and steel themselves for what lies ahead. So it's a BMW alongside a Mercedes on the front row, and then a BMW and a Porsche on row number 2. The first of our Lamborghinis back in 14th spot. There's only one of them in the field, so you'll forgive them for having a spin in qualifying, and then maybe being a little bit concerned about what the state of their tires and car looks like. Still after this, don't forget, 3.5 hours on the 11th of February. That's the Happy Racing 3.5-hour race. Before on the 11th of March, we close the season out with the KALFF 4-hour race, the longest one of the season, and the one where everything will be on the line. Going to be a wild 2023, and for these drivers, it's the start of their competition season once more. They return to a familiar challenge in a year of uncertainty. What does 2023 hold in store? We'll find out, and it starts here with a Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race, round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear. The cars roll into the starting grid. We're ready to rumble once again here at the Green Hell. It's a long old hold, but race control gets our racing underway once more. We're racing at the Green Hell, and it's a bit of a messy start as we plunge down the hill, 2 wide through the field, a bit of 3 wide as well, as we all figure this out. No major drama, though, inside of the top 10 initially as we sweep into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Bit of contact there for our defending champions, but somehow Elias Seppänen holds on to his Mercedes and will now look to consolidate his starting position. Sami-Matti Trojan, though, does convert pole position to the lead of this race, with Alexei Nessel, Bruno Spengler, Moritz Lohner, and Sindre Setzors behind him. They'll get onto the brakes, they'll work their way through the shortcut at the right-hand hairpin here, and then through the rest of this GP section. Still a couple of cars struggling for tire temperature. You can see Elias Seppänen still wiggling his car around, not sure if he's taken some damage in that bit of contact, as Wiltshire Gerther looks to the inside of Sindre Setzors. These real-world drivers are not hanging about. They're using their experience to their advantage and throwing moves that maybe sim racers would be a little bit more cautious about, because these drivers will give up a little bit more position than their sim counterparts might. Through the chicane they'll work, and then the left to the Nordschleife, and it all begins as they wind out of the Sabine Schmidt curve with Sami-Matti Trojan leading them at the very front of the field. Great start through these 18 SP9 cars, but now we wait for the Cup 2 cars to get underway as well. Identical Porsche 992 machines with Urano Esports, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Phoenix Racing Esports all at the front. And do remember, the 275 and the 205, starting second and third, are tied on points as we get ready to get underway. Remember, they have to get the starting command from race control, and they're held for a while once again. The throttles pick up, the engines roar in symphony, and we're already being pushed out onto the grass. Some drivers having to get out of the throttle, with Sam Coitert covering the inside line. Marvin Strell looks the long way around in the Spider-Man livery Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC machine. They're 3 wide, about 3 rows deep, but amazing show of racecraft through the field. Somehow they survive, Sawmill.
Somehow they do, and somehow Urano also maintained the lead this time. Last race it didn't quite work out, but Sam Coitert clearly has learned his lessons, and this time there's some drama in the back as well. This is what Cup 2 racing is all about, Arjuna.
Oh my, as they funnel in towards the shortcut, there is a bit of contact there. The 266 is going to be shoved off, and not just into the grass, into the wall as well. That's the Peter Bonk performance entry. They're going to be livid with how this race has started for them. But meanwhile, the third of our races is getting queued up and ready to go with SP10s, BMWs and Mercedes GT4 entries getting ready to rumble. But already big drama in one of our classes. Can we get through the next start a little bit cleaner, Sawmill?
I'd certainly hope so, because the SP10s always create some drama. Remember, last race, they were the ones that had the most dramatic start, so this is going to be great, Arjuna.
So here we go as the Cup 2s fly onto the green hell and down towards the tricky Hudson back. It's full focus on the SP10s. Plenty of drama here, but Simsa Esports are the ones on top in qualifying. They've got Urano Esports, the championship leaders, alongside. And once again, the field is in the command of race control. Can Tony Renainen get the jump on Konstantin Scharf? Or would it be Nicholas Nolde in the Door Esports car to force his way all the way to the wall? Another bit of a chaotic jump initially. They sort it out momentarily. Door Esports has to let a car slide down the inside. It's the BCMC 377 with Victor Brill able to work his way up to a podium spot. Konstantin Scharf grabs the race lead though in front of Simsa Esports. So a great start from that Mercedes for the 390. Konstantin Scharf jumping that bright orange BMW as they work out of the Mercedes-Benz arena. Door Esports have been able to grab back onto third. It's BS Competition trying to avoid being swarmed now as they try and fend off the advance of the core sim racing Mercedes. These drivers onto the brakes and now hooking the shortcut right as the X-Racer BMW in the middle of the pack runs itself in 7th position with Tatu Sipala at the wheel. And that's a big incident at the back for the Nürburgring Esports team, and that 309 surely has taken significant damage. 2 cars, Sommel, being caught out at the shortcut.
Always happens at the start with the SP10s, but that's not a way to celebrate a home race for the Nürburgring Esports team. Nevertheless, start very, very chaotic, but luckily safe for the front runners, and they might need that because the race needs to be constructed now. But first, the SP3Ts, Arjuna. It's time for them to get rolling.
And these guys are going to have a lap or so before they start to get swarmed by the traffic around them. So a lap of duking it out in, as my commentary partner Sommel Aurora calls it, the totally chaotic racing class. After that, you'll be by yourself, and you've got to maximize what you have got in terms of car setup. It's SimRC once again on top in this class, alongside though with defending champions Team Hoisingveld, who are trying to keep the 476 crew honest. Once again, we roll into that starting zone, fielding control of Race Control, who gets your final class underway for the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And down the hill, it's Pure Sims Esports looking to try and go the long way around, potentially sweeping past Impulse, but they're blocked off. Team Hoisingveld slow down on through the apex, and now the opportunity for Impulse and Jan Bol to try and look around the outside. If they can be brave enough, it converts to the inside at the exit of the Mercedes-Benz arena, but it does look as though Stefan Scheller in the Hoisingveld car has grabbed second for himself. A bit of argy-bargy a little bit further back though. It's going to be a position loss for the Mola Bill Motorsports car with Kenneth Ostfold behind the wheel of the 444 entry. So just about figure it out as they play bumper cars, and that was Moller Bill and Ostfold off the road. The shortcut has claimed 3 victims, although fortunately The 444 does not lose a whole bunch of time, but already look at the margin that Kieran Harrison builds as they power onto the back straight on the Nürburgring Grand Prix layouts.
It's almost like it's a shortcut of the race completely. You get over there and suddenly your race gets cut short by a huge amount because there's always some sort of incident going on. Crazy, but great for SimRC. This is exactly what they needed. They've had a great run of form so far in this season. All they need to do is sit down and build from here, and that is the best way to begin. Sure, they might have a 20-second success penalty, yes, but this is the time where they sort of gain a little bit of an advantage so that that doesn't feel that big. So now it's the time to go ahead, go build, and maybe get away from the draft train.
But, as you can see, with the SP3Ts just about working their way onto the Nordschleife, say hello again to Sami Matti Trogan for the Walker North Motorsports SP9 leader. They're already at the end of lap number 1 as Bruno Spengler has to go all the way to the wall in his battle with Will Tregurtha. There's almost 3 wide behind them as well, and Tregurtha's going to maybe force the issue with Moritz Lohner. Lohner slams the door shut, and now Bruno Spengler trying to lean on that bright green Mercedes, but the wisdom and racecraft of Bruno Spengler, he gives up the position and will try and fight another day. The two Williams Esports cars, identically liveried, I must point out, battle side by side. That's Marek Bachmann that's been able to slide his way on past the youngster Philip Gogolok, the 16-year-old Philip Gogolok, if I remember correctly. Makes me feel very old at the ripe old age of 28. Oh, some of these drivers are so talented. Of course, we should highlight that for Philip, he's not just talented in the virtual world, of course. He's been racing in the ADAC GT4 Germany in 2022, just at the tender age of 16.
I still don't believe how young these drivers are and how they're able to do so well in the real world. I mean, can you imagine a 16-year-old being your real-world driver in your esports team? But that's just the reality in which we live in. There are so many other junior teams for esports teams as well that's got drivers at the age of, 12 and 13, who are already so fast. So I'm just wondering, what's the age limit now? Does there even need to be one? I think one day an 8-year-old might end up coming here on the esports scene and end up being a 27-year-old. And that's crazy.
Sorry, Sommel. Big dramas for SimRC. I'm not exactly sure what Kieran Harrison has done, but he no longer leads in the SP3T category. He's dropped down to 3rd momentarily. It's now Team Hoisingveld that grabbed the lead in our slowest of the classes. Going to be fascinating once these SP9s try and work their way past on them, exactly how chaotic it's going to be. Here's your Cup 2 leaders, by the way. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, will lead at the line in front of Sam Koiter for the Urano Esports Data Group entry. As Raphael Renhofer in the Phoenix Racing Esports Cup car sees Greica Motorsports diving down the inside. Are we going to get some 3 wide into turn number 1? Just 2 wide, 2 rows deep for the time being. Can Greica Motorsports grab an overlap though and maybe look for 2nd? Adrian Greica thought about it, had to think better of it. To his inside now, looks Raphael Renhofer in the Phoenix Racing Esports Cup car, and he's going to force the issue through the arena, squeezed onto the curb by the 288. Some great racing on lap number 2, and I think Renhofer finally realized, Sommel, that he's tied for the championship lead, and the one thing he cannot do is lose track of that 275 car.
Oh, precisely. They can't go that hard right now, but they still might be thinking at the end of the day, well, I can see that SimRC car. I want to go there at the 275 and maybe get a one-up on them. But this is the time where you have to remember, it's a long race. There is a lot of time for you to do that. So long as you're in the train, everything is all right, because then you can power out all your way through, use the draft at the Dottinger and potentially get a position. But that's way easier said than done. For them, for Phoenix Racing right now, it's a game of just staying calm.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this one, and traffic management so paramount in these Cup 2 cars, which have not much downforce, but a lot of speed. And it's why that is the car that Porsche picks its next set of factory drivers from the top-level competition that is the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. Here's a look at your SP10 cars as they work down the Dottinger. Leading here is Konstantin Scharf in the Urano Esports 390. He leapfrogged Simsa and the BMW of Tony Renainen on the start. Not really been able to break away, with Door Esports hanging on to them as well. Bit of separation building behind to Felix Kornbach in that BS competition entry. Further 1.4 odd seconds back to Tatu Sipala in the Walkenos X Racer 335. And then a bit of a train forming behind Niels Karstensen in the Team RSO 397. Can already see it's got a little bit darker with some cloud cover coming over the circuit, at least here at the start-finish line. See how drivers adapt to somewhat variable track conditions around the entirety of the 22 odd kilometers, the 170 odd corners that we've got here at the Nordschleife. I was just we were saying that these drivers will have plenty of experience, Sommel. I wonder if a sim driver has more knowledge of the Nordschleife or a real-world driver has more knowledge of the Nordschleife, because there's different knowledge bases, I would assume. In the sim, we kind of know where the corners go and our rough braking points, and I think maybe we've got that tuned a little bit more, but in the real world, you have so many other reference points and things that you'll think about. For example, in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, where all the good sausage smells come from.
No, there is that, but it's a good question to raise, Arjuna. Actually, who knows it a little bit better? I think it's so hard to tell. I think if you had to look at pace, it depends on the platform, of course. If you're on the esports world, you've got to go and back the esports drivers, because they just understand the platform that little bit better about which curve you can actually ride, which curve you can potentially not so much abuse that badly, and also the cars, because yes, they're intended to model the real-world cars in their best ability as possible, but there's still one or two things that you can't quite bring over, right? So I think, if anything, the real-world drivers actually just sit down and listen to all the sim drivers about the platform. Just what do you do? What are your techniques? What are your tricks? And that's amazing, right? Who would have thought that proper real-world racing drivers would be learning?
Yeah, I guess the difference is as well that iRacing, in our case here on iRacing, we'll know the version of the track that we have, but of course the track will have undergone some changes in the years since, so that's where the real-world drivers maybe have to update their knowledge base. Here's the look at the SP3Ts, though, as they get ready to finish lap number one. I mentioned that SimRC no longer leads, but Team Hoisingveld actually gives them the tow, because I think, quite wisely here, from Stefan Scheller in that Hoisingveld 401, he knows that the fastest car is likely SimRC. He knows they have a 20-second success penalty. Team Hoisingveld does have a 30-second success penalty. I do want to bring that up as well. But why not let Kieran Harrison break you away from those behind and then see what the rest of the race looks like? Because here we're on board in the heart of the battle for P3 and SP9, Sommel, and these cars are going to lap the SP3Ts in about 2-3 minutes' time.
And over there, all hell is going to break loose, because the SP3Ts are just going to be swarmed. Just take a look at how powerful the draft is for Door Esports. They are just able to go past and take Williams Esports along onto the right to get into P3. So suddenly there's not much you can do as an SP9 car if you don't have the draft, especially if the car behind you is bump drafting. And then imagine this sort of pace difference for the SP3Ts. Oh, they will be swamped. They will be in a state of panic, because there'll be cars left, right, center, and sometimes, if it gets really wild, over the top as well.
Let's hope not. Not today. Don't forget as well that it's going to be another year where, if you want to have your fun on the Green Hell here on iRacing, there's an official competition where you can compete as a solo driver. Don't get disqualified like you would do in some of those pesky iRacing special events. The drivers are encouraged to do all 4 hours by themselves if you want to. While this is the pinnacle of Green Hell racing on the virtual side of things, by no means are you excluded from the fun. So get on to iRacing when you can. Here's a look at Leipzig Esports as they try and work their way back up through the field. 5.5 seconds splits these cars from those in front, as Adam Christodoulou is going to get mugged there by Fabio Grossa in the GTEC competition car. Beautifully done move. And then Adam Christodoulou says no to Phoenix Racing Esports as they try and look down the inside as well on that run down into the shortcut. Aggressive racing, but again, they all know it's coming from drivers that have competed out in the real world, and so they get out of Dodge as soon as they can. Already the gap at the front, by the way, is up to about 2.7 seconds. Not really got into the traffic just yet. Sami Matti Trogan is flying. And it's an ominous sign, if you ask me here, Sommel. Sami Matti is maybe one of the fastest in class. And he's got, I don't want to disparage Alexia Loma, but he looked a little bit uncomfortable in round number 1 especially. Now you bring in Dominic Stave, a veteran of this championship, making his first start in this specific season. I think that Walkenhorst car is going to be the one to beat.
Especially with the kind of gaps that they're building out so early on in the race. It is a scary proposition for all the other teams, because once they're out of that draft train, they're gone. Poof. Unless some sort of damage comes up or any sort of lap traffic could be spoiling the race, I don't think pace is going to be that much of a problem. So keep an eye out on them as much as we should keep an eye out on this, Arjuna, because this is a fun battle for P1.
Are we going to see a swap for the lead in the Cup 2 class? Maybe not, because Sam Koitert thinks better of it. And Urano Esports will slot back into second for the time being. Already about 20-odd minutes complete in this race. And drivers completing their second laps as well. Once again, it's the Greiker Motorsports car that's looking a little bit defensive this time, because behind, Renhofer sees a 7/10 of a second margin up the road, and I don't think wants to let them run away. Look how much fuel saving the Urano Esports car was doing on the run down the hill into turn number 1. And that's where the experience is going to play in. Of course, Sam Koitert, part of the 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Plenty of knowledge about how this car drives. And he'll have plenty of knowledge as well about how to get the most out of it in an endurance setting as well. One thing that I think is interesting with this car, Sommel, is of course the fact that in certain Porsche series around the world, you're allowed to run with traction control and ABS. These drivers, much like they do in the Porsche Super Cup, both the esports and the real version of that, have no driver aids. It's all down to what they can do behind the wheel.
Which is scarily fun, let's put it that way. Of course, the car is faster, because as you get to that higher level of driving, you can push that little bit more pace out when you've got no driver assist to hold you back. But at the same time, I find it to be daunting, because if you haven't got that level or that concentration to keep a hold of this manic monster for that long, you can just put your foot down ever so slightly too quickly, and the car will spin around, and it goes no two ways to ask you, hey, do you want me to bring it back? It will fly off. And so doing an endurance race with this one is probably one of the most scary propositions all the way through. Sure, fuel saving might make it a little bit easier on the brakes, but still, Arjuna, I am daunted by this car, more so at this track. I don't want to give it a try. It's maybe way too out of my league, but that's what makes these drivers so amazing.
These are definitely the best of the best, especially in this SB9 category. It's just a who's who of both real-world racing and esports racing professionals. So as we watch the Cup 2 cars down on their way towards the Flugplatz, check back in the front of the SB10 class. Still Urano from Simsa and Dor. They've got BS competition now latched onto the back of them as well. And then a 2-second buffer up, or down the road, I guess it is, to the 335 Walkenhorst X-Racer car. A bit more snaking back and forth with the likes of Core Sim Racing as they work in towards the Tiergarten. BCMC and company still embroiled in that fight as well. Look how close that Felix Kronbach got to the back of Nicolas Loldi. And I do want to convey our sympathies to Dor Esports as well, because boy, did they dominate that NIMEX 3.5-hour race that we had at the end of 2022. And we, I think, actually even missed the fact that they lost the lead, Sommel, because it was so under the radar, a technical issue, what we saw, from what we could tell, rather. They went from being, I think it was 30, 40 seconds clear at the front of the field, and us saying it was basically a guaranteed victory, to finishing, I think, down on the outer edges of the top 10. It's amazing how quickly things can change in sim racing, just like they can in motorsports as well.
Indeed, yeah, and you can never see it coming, especially at the circuit. You really genuinely can never see it coming. I mean, in the world of sim racing, so many things can potentially go wrong, and for them, almost did. Aluminia Arkin spinning out. Whoa.
So that, I think, was Tim Heiser behind the wheel of that 488, and whoa, what a dangerous place to happen as well. Almost took out Will Chagurtha in the Williams Esports Razor entry as they work now through, you have to call it YouTube Corner to give it its proper name, and past the last bits, I think, of the GT3, SP9 and TCR traffic combined. I think there was also an issue for one of our SP3 team machines through that cycle of traffic. We'll see if we can grab a look at the very least, what happens at Alemania car, because I want to know how much that Will Jagurtha is going to be ordering a new pair of underwear. Oh my days! It does not get much closer than that as we take a look at our Mercedes AMG replay.
See, that just basically proves the entire point that we were on about. It can go wrong at any time, at any moment. Imagine if it was a double disaster for Dirty Sports as well, Arjuna, because that would be 2 weekends in a row where they have something totally random out of the blue coming up and taking their race for a toss. So thank goodness that's not happening. Thank goodness we get to see both these cars in the race fighting hard, because they're not too far off in the top two. And that is good for us, because we know for a fact that these two cars have great race-winning pace. Once they're in the fight, things are just going to get very entertaining, as Williams now have a good run here.
But they're just going to give the bumper shove to Moritz Lohner. I think very cognizant of the fact that already the gap up front, 3.5 seconds between Sami Matti-Trojan and Alexei Nesov, a further 1.2 back to this duo in third and fourth that have bumped themselves down the Dottinger Hoa. They'll finish up what will be lap number 3 for them. And remember that these drivers must complete 8 laps behind the wheel. As the real-world driver, that is their minimum drive time. And they will also get past the final stages of the SP3T traffic. Smart again by Will Jagurtha, not going to force the issue as they've already caught back up to Alexei Nesov. He'll be able to save a little bit of fuel. He'll be thinking about what lies in front. And already see the separation that's starting to stretch out in SP3T as a result of the traffic. SimRC have already broken the draft. It's up to about 1.7 seconds back to Team Oisingveld, who have got Impulse and PureSim's very much locked in step with them for now. But this is why that first pass through on traffic, Sommel, is so crucial.
Yeah, it just sets the tone, sets up the rhythm. You don't want to be losing time immediately. And this is good for some of the cars that are able to go past. It's great that moments like this happen so that drivers are actually able to understand, hey, this is how we get past. Because eventually, early on in the race, you will have the cars coming in, but they will never ever stop. So better to have an understanding of, hey, how are certain cars doing their business? Are they a little bit too aggressive? Are they a little bit too quiet? So that whenever you come around them that many times, you know exactly what to expect. So good that everything's going so cleanly so far. Although, I think it's fair to say it won't always be that clean, would it, Arjuna?
Probably not at the end of the day. I do want to say, if you're watching, by the way, and you're a fan of all things Lego like I am, some new motorsports themed sets going to be dropping in your lives in the course of 2023. If you're a fan of Lego Technic, then there's a NASCAR coming, as well as a certain manufacturer that has a car in iRacing that we don't like to talk about because it's so old, but maybe they also have a new horse-powered GT3 car coming very, very soon. If you like Lego Speed Champions, then you're going to get a Porsche and a handful of other things. It's going to be an exciting year if you like building Legos and you like motorsports as well. Down the hill once more, with PureSim's going to lose out as the duo for Williams Esports carve their way on through. You will note that Bruno Spengler has not enjoyed the best of starts. He's down 6 positions in that BMW bank entry. After qualifying up in third, has been taking it somewhat easy, is already 15 seconds adrift from your race leaders, but I think more importantly has lost touch with this gaggle of cars where he very much would have wanted to stay with. Because as these cars work, Sommel, again remember, 8 laps is the minimum drive time for them. We sometimes see them try and get it done within one stint, but with Bruno Spengler sharing his entry with Norby Kish, who is also very experienced here in the DNLS, you couldn't go wrong with either of the drivers.
Yeah, it makes no difference as well, because I think both of them have been classified as the real world and the sim driver at 2 different points in the season. So here as well makes no difference to the BMW bank team. Or you want 8 minimum laps from one driver? Sure, you will get it. Doesn't matter who. So they're sort of immune from that. and also in terms of pace as well. Both of them is sort of similar pace in Nobby Kish and Bruno Spengler here and there. So it's a well-balanced effort if you can keep things clean, and so that's a good thing for them at the end of the day.
About halfway through the first hour of round 3 of your Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Back for 2023, back at the Green Hell, you're watching the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race. Of course, still 2 more races left after this, but don't go anywhere with 2 hours and 30 minutes of frantic running still to go. We'll be right back at the Green Hell with more coverage of this great race.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen zur NLS.
Welcome back to the Green Hell and the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Somal Aurora in the commentary booth with 30 minutes done, 2 hours and 30 minutes still left to go. With 4 classes rumbling around the Nordschleife, it's getting tense across all 4 of our classes. This is the battle in the Spec Cup 2 class. All drivers in identical Porsche 992 generation Cup cars. Not much downforce, no driver aids. And you can see that we have 6 cars in this leading group that works their way toward the carousel, one of the most famous corners on the Nordschleife. It's been a fascinating start to this race, Sommel. Of course, in 3 of the 4 classes, we had lap 1 drama down at the shortcut, but since then it's been fast, it's been frenetic, and we're already starting to see traffic play its part. Here's a look at a little bit of a replay for the second of the Urano Esports cars, had already lost the rear end, And poor Impulse in their SP3T car could go nowhere and then lost a whole bunch of time before Adam Christodoulou comes onto the scene and, well, has to lock up the brakes to avoid making it worse.
That Urano car did a good job by not moving, because then that would be scary with cars coming around at the blind turn. But then it also created a problem because it's such a wide car and such a narrow circuit that there was literally nowhere to go. So these sort of crazy things can and inevitably will happen at the Nürburgring. All you need to do is be like Walkenhorst. Be calm, be composed, don't bother about anyone else, and create a 6-second gap and absolutely smoke away the field, Arjuna. And what? Only 33 minutes? That's great stuff.
So here's a bit of an hourly update for you, if you will. We'll start, of course, with your SP9s, where it's 6 seconds between first and second, and then really not much to split those behind. Walkenhorst in front of the AMG Team Urano Esports car, Williams Esports Razor in that bright green front end that you can't miss, with Door Esports in their Porsche, and Adrenaline Motorsports' number 19 BMW working onto the Nordschleife with 4 laps already complete, halfway through the minimum drive time for these real-world drivers that must start in SP9. Final 3 cars inside the top 8 are all AMG-affiliated teams. It's the AMG team HRT by UOL, Eli Seppänen behind the wheel of our defending champion machine, with the 55 and the 53, both for Williams Esports. Behind them, Bruno Spengler is struggling after lighting the timesheets up in qualifying, was 3rd, but now runs in 9th. Just in front of the likes of Leipzig Esports, GTEC Competition, Phoenix Racing Esports, the Deutsche Payment Cobra, AMG Team HRT by UOL. That's the number 4 that we just saw with Adam Christodoulou having a bit of a smack, unfortunately. And then RC Car Shops and AMG Team Urano, after their bit of drama, also now down almost 90 full seconds on your leaders with about 35 minutes done. This SP9 category, of course, we mentioned this earlier, Sommel. It's the one where drivers had to adapt to a lot of changes for round number 2, only about a week of preparation time. And so they will have had a little bit more opportunity to have figured this car out coming into round number 3.
Oh, I certainly hope so, Arjuna. I certainly hope so. Because in the weeks between round 2 and round 3, we had Christmas, we had the New Year, and also there's that inevitable post-New Year hangover, right? Where you take a couple of days to realize, what sort of dimension am I in? Well, not most people might have that, but still, there are some drivers who might have been going through all of that as well. So, in the meantime, I hope that they've got enough track time to test out these cars, because they are radically different now. The way the tires behave is completely different. The way the car rides is completely different. So, all your setups have gone for a toss. Essentially, it takes a lot of rediscovering to do. And you can't really do that if you don't have enough track time. So, this is going to be the major challenge. And as I mentioned earlier on the broadcast, most users of iRacing have really welcomed the change, because the real-world drivers are saying, oh, well, it's much like the real-world cars, but if you're driving a Porsche 911 GT3, oh, well, things are not great. Not so much for the Cups, but yeah.
It's not so bad for Door Esports just yet. I don't think Moritz Lohner can complain too much. If he does, it's just the racing driver in him coming out. Here's a look at that Cup 2 category, where the championship leaders are at the front. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. I say championship leaders. They're tied on points coming into this round with Phoenix Racing Esports Cup, who run in 4th, still very much in this leading queue. A leading queue that goes basically still technically all the way back to 6th position. These cars have been separated by nothing. Sam Koiter really gets the most of track limits as he works through that chicane, through the Sabine-Schmidt curve and back onto the Nordschleife. There is that Phoenix Racing car with Raphael Renhofer at the wheel. Had to be somewhat careful and tentative at times, but overall, not a bad start to this race, you'd have to say. I'll just be a little bit concerned that the gap is opening up to 2nd spot right now, 1.5 splitting Greik Motorsports from Urano Esports. Outside of the top 6 of their returning guest entrants, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in the 276. They run in some no man's land in 7th spot, while the Avia W&S eMotorsports 222 will bookend your front 8 in the Cup 2 classes. There's a spinner, and was that Team 75? It's the 276, it's not the 275. For a moment I got scared it was the championship leaders, and this is why, Sommel, If any esports teams are listening, commentators need help. Make your liveries look different.
Make your liveries look different, and also the numbers, because if you look until 270, you're like, oh no, it's the 275. But then, luckily for the 275, it's the 276. Nevertheless, not a good thing altogether. A bit of a crazy time. You usually don't end up seeing incidents that are self-imposed happen so early on in the race, but then again, things can go wrong. But what I'm really confused about, Arjuna, is if the 276 has not taken part in 2 out of 3 rounds, is it still a guest?
Well, it's taken part now in 3 of 3 rounds, so that's why I feel like we should just call it the entry at this point. So that's a look at 2 of your classes, by the way. Quick rundown on SP10. Currently still have 6 cars at the front of that train. Urano, Simsa, Dory Sports Junior, BS Competition, the Walking Horse X-Racer car, and even Core Sim Racing's 350. All basically within a couple of tenths of one another. Still a close battle in that SP10 GT4 class, which has both the Mercedes AMG GT4 and the old, now BMW M4 GT4, as there is a new GT4 entry from BMW that you don't yet have here on iRacing in your touring car SP3T category. It is SimRC that, maybe to no one's surprise, already have a 5-second advantage. They lead from Pure Sims Esports, who are battling with Team Hoisingveld right now. Impulse then a further 10 seconds down the road. And this is what we were talking about with the SP3T class, Sommel. The draft can keep them locked in step for hour after hour after hour. But with the SP9 traffic basically lapping the slowest class after a single lap, it does mean that we get some pretty big separations through the course of that class.
That is true, and sometimes that's for the worse. Eventually, once a car breaks away, it becomes so hard for you to catch up, because there is no major pace difference per se, right? So even if you just break away because of traffic here and there, it's so hard to catch up. Things like this can happen. You can get the draft and maybe pass another car in train, but otherwise, Arjuna, once it breaks apart, you really need something external, something catastrophic to really bunch them all up, which is a bit of a shame. But the trains that are together, oh man, they have such a great fight eventually too.
Yeah, and we could come down again to a last lap pass in a couple of our classes. Looks like in a couple more they are trying to blow it wide open, but again, I will remind you all watching, wherever you are around the world, success penalties will come into play in about 20 minutes time. If you grabbed a victory in our previous round of the championship, the NIMEX 3.5-hour race, you get a 30-second time penalty to be served in your first cycle of pit stops, 20 seconds for a second place, 10 seconds for a third place. And so that means in this SP9 category, the Williams Esports Razor car that currently sits in 4th position is going to have to drop back by 30 seconds. The number 55 entry that runs in 8th position, the AMG Team Williams Esports car, is going to drop back 20 seconds. And Bruno Spengler running in 9th, after already falling 6 positions in this first 40 minutes of the race, will drop a further 10 seconds back as a result of their podium. In this, the SP10 category, it is your race leader that is going to get that 30-second success penalty. Let's give you your update on this category officially now. Simsa Esports grabbed the pole, but they run second for the time being, just minding the fuel and thinking a little bit more about the strategy. Dory Esports, after dominating for so long in our previous round of the championship before falling onto technical issues and dropping outside of your top 5. Running in 3rd, showing some consistent pace and some impressive bite back as well in terms of putting that disappointment behind them. BS Competition 4th, Walking Horse X-Racer with Alex Urano no longer in the car after he left Williams Esports. He is being replaced rather by Alexia Loma, who transfers over from that SP9 car, and Dominic Stabe is now partnering up with Sami Matti Trogan. Plenty of excitement there. Core Sim Racing 6th and 7th, Team RSO in 8th with BCMC, Deutsche Payment Dolphin, Total Sim Racing, and the Nürburgring Esports team through the top 12. TR Motorsports had some drama at the start of this race. They run 13th, very much by themselves right now. In this class, Deutsche Payment Dolphin, they'll have 20 seconds of success penalty, and that BS competition machine will have 10 seconds of its own to fight back from. We'll talk a lot more about how the complexion of the race changes after that pit stop cycle is in the books. Look from up above as they work down through the slowest part of this Nordschleife, Wurstreifen. grab a look at your SP3T leader, and remember, they did not win the last round of the championship because they had already got a 30-second success penalty. They were able to fight back to second, though, so this time it is just a 20-second success penalty that they have. Team Hoisingfeld that runs in second, being chased down by that Pure Sims Esports, number 416 that has Konstantin Stolzenberg behind the wheel. They run about 7 seconds adrift from your race leader. Team Hoisingfeld are race winners in the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. They've got 30 seconds, of course, of success penalty, and Impulse in fourth will have 10 seconds through the cycle of pit stops. Is going to mean that Impulse and SimRC are actually going to be still separated basically by 10 odd seconds. Success penalties by no means are a guarantee of taking you to the top, taking you out of contention, I guess is the best way of putting it. Parabit Sim Racing, Undici Scuderia Esports, the Moller Bill 444 that had a bit of a moment earlier in this race, along with the X-Racer Pink 410. That's the top 8 in category, with a handful of penalties for pre-race registration infringements, much like if you showed up with the wrong paperwork to a race weekend. You could show up with the wrong virtual paperwork to a virtual race weekend and get penalties as a result of that. PPM Racing Team total 413. They're in 9th in front of the Garage Schmidt Motorsport entry. Alemania Aken and Karlar complete the 12 SP3T cars, all still running as well. Only 2 retirees. Peter Bonk Performance were bonked into the wall on lap number 1, and Marcus Deck, I think, realized the car was terminally damaged after that one. And it looks as though the Mahler Racing Team Porsche, with Mario Zug behind the wheel, has become the latest retiree. Not sure exactly why. We'll see if we can get an update to you. But that's a bit of an update through the 4 classes, Sommel. And I mean, there are so many storylines to go and pick apart. We only drag the very highlights to the top.
Oh, that's true. There are so many different drivers with their own different perspectives on the race. Each car having 2, sometimes even 3 cars as well, sometimes even 1. So different perspectives on the same race. Well, there are hundreds of them, quite literally, for this one. And what I want to talk about is that battle up at the very, very top for the lead, because all of a sudden, Arjuna, things have really quietened down. The lap times are very, very similar for, let's say, more or less most of the top 5. But then we are seeing drivers in the mid-pack as well doing something similar, all within the 7-minute 50 bracket. So it's really not changing in SP9s, which is not what we want. But again, I think it will build up towards the latter half of the race. For now, it's all very, very cool, very stable. Almost like they're just building up and saving everything now for later.
Again, do you remember Walkenhorst, that lead, have no success penalty? They're in a very, very strong spot right now, with 15 minutes or so to go until we get into that cycle of pit stops. 7 seconds, the gap at the front. Defending champions Elias Seppinen and Johan Harth in the AMG Team HRT by UOL entry. They run 6th with the Williams Esports duo behind them. Of course, I did mention for Philip Gogolok, 16 years young, has been in motorsports since he was 10 years old. In 2022, made his debut in the ADAC GT4 Germany field as one of the youngest drivers they've had. Makes me feel quite old at 28. But I'm guessing makes Marek Bockmann also feel quite old. The German is 25 years young, 3-time winner in his class of the ADAC Total 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, partnering up with Alessandro Bico. And not the first time that we've seen Marek in this particular season. Saw him in round number 1 alongside Atte Kauppinen. And look on board with him, and I must approve. Lewis McLeod and myself have agreed on one thing, and probably one thing only, Sommel, which is that all drivers need track maps behind them. And so Marek Bockmann gets the Arjuna and Lewis seal of approval for what looks like a Nordschleife track map behind him.
Not bad at all. I quite like those wooden ones that you have. You can just frame them behind any other light, and that makes your room feel a little bit extra special. And if you had to pick one track map to put on your room, of course it would be the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But more curiously, Patrick is absolutely gobsmacked at looking at the way this battle is going right now. That's more like it. Even Patrick and SpongeBob enjoy good racing. Of course they should. Don't know if they have enough of them under the water, but I wouldn't mind getting a Grand Prix over there. So maybe we need to approach Liberty Media.
I mean, we're going all sorts of places for Formula One. Why not add under the seas? Back onto the Dottinger we power, though. Rising through the gears and building the RPMs up. I did want to just say, back to the car that leads this train, Johan Harth, who's partnering with Elias Seppinen in that HRT by UOL entry, had actually mentioned that he feels like the 70 millimeter front height, ride height requirement actually makes these GT cars feel better than without the requirements. Quite interesting if you ask me, and it also means, of course, that you have to adjust the balance of performance. It's one of those phrases that you try and avoid in motorsports, but the team here at the DNLS done a pretty decent job, you'd have to say. It is a BMW that leads from a Mercedes, from a BMW, from a Mercedes, from a Porsche as we run right now. Nice healthy mix at the front of the field. Two Porsche 911 GT3Rs at the tail edge of the top 10, battling it out as Andy Goulden and Fabio Grossa sorted out before Tiergarten. That was a big old use of the runoff area there by Andy Goulden, but I guess if you're the head instructor at the Nürburgring Driving School, you know what liberties you can take. Meanwhile, in this battle for 6th position, Gogolok has been able to swarm his way past on Elias Seppinen. That happened down in towards turn number 1, and next in the rearview mirrors will be the 55 to try and work its way forward. Remember that 55 has a 20-second success penalty in a class which can go in any conceivable way. In all 3 of the other classes, our championship leaders have 26 points. The Thai championship leaders in SP9 Sommel have 17 points right now. 1 point back is another team, 3 points back another team, another 2 points back to another team, 1 point back to another team. It's been a crazy first 2 rounds of the championship, and in 2023, consistency will see a champion rise to the top.
Oh yeah, that's the name of the game with DNLS. You can't expect to win every single round. This is just not the championship where that sort of title victory will ever happen. Because if you win, let's just assume that you win one certain round of the championship, slap bang, 30 seconds for the next race, gone in one shot. And when you've got a grid where everyone is lapping at such a similar pace, 30 seconds is huge. There's a very, very hard chance that you can actually cover that up and maybe go fight back for the win. So at some point, you've got to be in the midfield in the championship. And so how do you be more consistent? Like, I think the best way to put it is, how good are you on your bad days? That's what wins you to DNLS, and that's what was the main strength of the HRT team last year. That they were able to sustain it and maybe survive the dents that well. That's why they ended up winning the championship last year. But yeah, that's going to be the main part. Even if you win 2 times, if you DNF in the other 3, it's not going to be a win for you in the end, is it?
No. Here's the 6-car choo-choo train that's building up for the battle for the lead in your Cup 2 class. I think we're going to see some pretty drastic swap gaps, though, after the next cycle of pit stops. Purely because I think there's plenty of cars saving fuel here. Definitely not the one at the front. Marvin Strell's the one punching the hole in the air. Not going to have that benefit that those behind him will have. The hole in the air, we're looking rearwards from Sam Koitert that runs in 2nd right now, but you can see he's not looking to try and challenge for the race lead too much. Behind him, Phoenix Racing Esports have been able to get in front of Adrian Greiker in the 288, and so now 1st and 3rd on track, tied for the championship lead coming into this one. Their targets are directly in front of them. They'll finish up what will be lap number 6 for them as they edge closer and closer to the end of their fuel window. And down the hill, bit of a look from behind as IS Sim Racing Schweitzer dives down the inside, and Raphael Renhofer gets contact from Greik Motorsports, who maybe tried to go deep to cover off the move. Already a bit of damage to the front end of the 205, and now is there matching damage to the rear. Still Simon Amoser trying to get it done. He's got the inside, a big snap of oversteer though. Has to give up the charge for now, as Greik Motorsports have had some sort of technical issue. Not sure what's happened to them. They seem to have dropped off the track. So a 6-car choo-choo train, now a 5-car train, Sobel.
Interesting, and this is what sort of racing you can expect from Cup 2s all the time. This is more like it, but regardless of whatever happened to Greik Motorsport, there are penalty points for them. They have a drive-through penalty for pushing another car. That was the Peter Bong performance on the opening lap of the race. And then because of that, they, I think, breached some sort of rule. We don't know what. They have been caught under that infringement, and they suddenly have 3 penalty points for that car over the season as well. So not just the DTP, things are just going from bad to worse for them. And suddenly, what looked like a very promising team is just promising to be at the bottom of the field at this particular race because of a penalty like that one. It's just harsh.
Well, I think I can give you an answer. Second time this season, you've had a disqualification.
Ah.
It happened at round 1, and it's happened once again, and it was for not serving the penalty when they were within the window that they were supposed to. And so after bonking Peter Bonk Performance off the road, Greik Motorsports have now self-bonked themselves. To be clear, this is not race control intervening manually. This is the automated iRacing system that gave Greik Motorsports 3 laps in which to serve their penalty. Unfortunately, they forgot to serve their penalty, and so in the blink of an eye, their race is officially done and dusted. Going to be a little bit disappointing for them, because even with that penalty, once you factor in success penalties and potential attrition issues later on in this race, still they would have been fighting for the chance to be able to fight. It's now breaking away though. The 3-car canter at the front. Leipert Esports and IES Sim Racing Schweitzer down through the compressions into the foxhole. This is one of those things that's, I would say, unique to sim racing, Sommel, but the black and white flag exists in real world motorsports as well.
Yeah, but I'm still sort of confused. How do you forget to serve your penalty? Like, it's sent out very well by race control. They definitely send you a message on TeamSpeak as well. So it's hard to do that. Surely there must be some reason why, because they're a pretty well-run organization. I doubt that they'll be able to do the same mistake twice in a season. So I'm still intrigued about why that's happened. But again, stuff happens in motorsport. You've just got to move on, take the penalty, and do what you can, I suppose.
Well, I guess you've got to actually serve the penalty to be able to take the penalty.
There is that.
Unfortunate then for the Greik Motorsports team. Shown some good speed over the course of the season, and we'll see them in just over a month's time on the 11th of February as we go again for 3.5 hours in the Happy Racing 3.5-hour race. A month later, on the 11th of March, the season comes to a close in the KALFF 4-hour race. You can catch it all live here on Nürburgring TV. This is not a battle for the lead. That is Sindre Setsaus sailing up to second past Alexei Nesov. They've been able to drop Door Esports and Moritz Lohner in this fight for second as we look on board with a man that's built up plenty of experience here at the ring. I think he won 7 of 7 races in 2022 in the class that he was competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and Sindre Setsaus will be pitting at the end of lap number 7. Tammy-Matti Trogan has already dived his way down onto the pit lane. It's only a handful that have elected to go an additional lap. Unsure what the calls are here, with Alexei Nesov in the 91 for AMG Team Urano, Moritz Lohner in the Door Esports number 20, Elias Seppin in the AMG Team HRT by UOL number 1, and Bruno Spengler in that number 7 for Team BMW Bank, who have all been able to stretch it out 8 laps, at which point they will fulfill the minimum driving requirement for the real-world driver, and then they are free to split up the rest of the race amongst the teammates as they would like. So we'll get some interesting updates on exactly how that's going to work out, but here's a look at Cup 2 battling once again, Sommel. Top 2's trying to stretch their legs, but not going to be allowed to run away easily, that's for sure.
And this same battle has happened for the last 1 hour, and it will keep on going, touch wood, for the next 2 hours as well, which is what we love to see. The Cup 2 cars just chasing each other, and sure, they've got downforce, but they've not got enough to make Dirty Air that much big of a factor, so they can really follow along that well and maybe maintain that 1 second gap between each other. which is exactly what we need at the very end, because every single time the Cup 2 cars are close by at the end, they will have a photo finish, and that is exactly what we're looking for. But so far, so good, I'd say. Team 75 doing exactly what they need. Urano tagging along. This is perfect. This is just the way to build your entire championship.
I'm trying to just look through the stop times in the SP9 category, and we are seeing some rather large variations. Philip Gogolok has gone for a 14.4 second stop, I think trying to just get his 8 laps done and dusted. And maybe we'll see him come back in a lap or two after not taking tires to hand his number 53 over to his teammate. So we ride on board now with Simsa Esports in the 347 SP10 category. Philip Gogolov sharing that car with Daniel Lafuente, feisty driver no matter what car you place him in. Indre Setsource has done a 36.8 second pit stop. That's about a fuel-only full service stop, you would say. So he's trying to, I think, maybe do another 7 laps before he hands on over to Fabian Hari or Patrick Henn, who are both penciled in what is listed as a 3-driver lineup. We'll see exactly how that all shakes itself on out. Marek Bokman, much like Gogolok, has done a rather short stop at 13.4 seconds. Walter Gertho has done the same thing with a 12.9 second stop, but of course there are some success penalties which have played that out a little bit differently. We'll update you on all of those when we can, but it does seem as though Sommel, I didn't expect this in a 3-hour race, because I think 3.5 hours is a much more awkward race distance, but I'm curious exactly how these divergent strategies will converge once we get to the end.
I'm intrigued as well, yeah, because I think a couple of teams that are going to extend their lap stints out to 8 laps. I think normally what you think is, hey, let's just get all of our real-world drivers laps out immediately, because probably they may not be as fast as the other driver, but I think a lot of the teams that I'm seeing, they do have real-world drivers that are very, very quick and sort of just about as quick as their sim drivers. So it's purely on the basis of they're trying to save more fuel, and I wonder how it plays out. It's so hard to tell right now. What we can only do is speculate, but at the end of this lap, we should get a better idea of what's going to happen, because remember, if you fuel save, you can of course definitely go longer, but also then again there's the problem that you might end up having to spend more time in the box because you've got to fill more fuel in as well for the next stint. So there's so many different things that could be playing into this next stint of racing, and I'm really intrigued to see how this goes out eventually.
So the new Porsche 992 GT3 car, not the GT3 Cup car that we're watching right now, but a new generation of Porsche GT3 machinery will be headed back out to the ring in the real world in 2023. Looking forward to seeing how it gets on, although I do feel for the poor commentators of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series having to pick apart the new GT3 car from the GT3 Cup car. One of the easy ways to do it now is that the body shape is slightly different, and if you're looking from the rear end, it's the 992 generation car. And both the GT3 and the GT3 Cups have the distinctive light bar at the rear end of the car that has very much become part of the Porsche design language across the range of cars, whether in a Macan, Panamera, Cayenne, Taycan, or a Cayman or a 911 as well. But not. I'm glad that I'm not the one that's going to have to make those determinations. Here's a bit of a swap around. Sami Matti Trogan, after that success penalty, has dropped back. Do remember, or rather not after his success penalty. I'm seeing something weird in my pit stop data, so I'm going to have to go and figure out exactly what has happened with Sami Matti Trogan. Of course, yes, Philip Gogolok had a much shorter stop than everyone else. Sami Matti Trogan is shown to me as having been in the lane for 52 seconds, but I'm not seeing a pit stop time, so I will try and figure out exactly what's going on.
28 seconds.
That's what yeah, so, okay, so it was a pit stop there from Sami Matti Trogan. So he's gone for a more regular pit stop. And Philip Gogolok is likely, I think, either this lap or the next lap going to dive his way on in. But yeah, we've got some weird strategies going on, Sommel.
Which is good. I didn't expect that, to be very honest with you. I initially thought that, hey, 3 hours, This is the distance that everybody knows. Everyone's so familiar with it. What's the worst that can happen? Well, clearly, all the teams and drivers have different ideas, and it's interesting to see who's going to be short-stopping, because if I notice correctly, Phoenix Racing Esports GT3 have gone for a slightly shorter stop, and you could see the same thing with Williams Esports Razor as well. Well, clearly, that's going to have an impact on the way they're going to be driving, so even tracking that is going to be interesting, because sure, some teams have success penalties here and there, that plays an impact, and I just can't tell, because if we knew already, there'd be no point of watching the race, so there's going to be lots of chopping and changing going around, which is going to be fun, actually.
I feel like the DNLS is one series where we do get these alternate strategies a little bit more. I've gotten quite used to commentating on endurance series on iRacing, where basically everyone is on an identical or one-lap offset strategy. I like having these curveballs thrown our way. You mentioned Williams Esports Razor. Will Tregurtha was just reading some of the notes that the team at Williams Esports have sent on over to me. Will Tregurtha saying it was nice to have a bit of a holiday break after what was a good round one. Round two was maybe a little bit better in terms of the end result, but I think they felt very confident about the pace that they showed in the opening round. Said he was able to spend some time with his family during the holidays, which is always good, but more importantly, finally able to use out some of his golf clubs, which is obviously the priority of most racing drivers. How much boot space does your GT3 car have? Does say his aims in the real world are quite lofty this year. He wants to be the British GT champion. He's going to be racing for Barwell Motorsports in a Lamborghini. I'll be very excited to see how he gets on. He wants to win the DNLS, wants to win Virtual Le Mans as well. The 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual that will get underway in about a week or so's time. There we saw the BMW bank car coming down for its success penalty as we get the rest of your SP9 cars onto the pit lane. Will be the telling lap though. Is the 53 going to immediately dive his way back in, or will he go a lap longer? Gogolok is going to stay out for at least an additional lap. And so we'll see exactly how things cycle out for the rest of the teams and for the drivers. Alexei Nesov seems to be doing a rather lengthy pit stop. He's been in the box for about 35 seconds and counting right now, so maybe a full service stop going on in the 91 camp. There you can see him dropping and rolling after 42 seconds. Mert Sloner also did a 42-second stop. Sindre Setsos will leapfrog them, though, by virtue of his 37-second pit stop. So, again, a bit of a shake-up. Shake-up on the run down into turn number one, though. It's Tregurtha that looks past Bachmann and gets it done as easy as you'd like. The sister car is obviously not going to fight too hard, especially now that behind them, Johan Harth has jumped behind the wheel of the AMG Team HRT by UOL entry. Expect the Frenchman to be charging in his first race of 2023. Here's a look at SP10s once again, Sommel, as Door Esports now lead from Core Sim Racing and Sims Esports. This is another category where we've seen a bit of a shake-up because of the success penalties. BS Competition, of course, dropping down along with Deutsche Payment Dolphin and Urano Esports. And Door back at the front after dominating round number two.
Indeed, and now what can they do from here? They have all the capabilities in the world to just do what they did earlier on in the season, just dominate, just put a pedal to the metal and just completely let go of all the other drivers. And this time, of course, they have the advantage of being able to properly settle in and be able to get a good track position early on as well. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what happens throughout this race, because we've seen them do great things, but then again, that's not always going to be replicating ahead. They need to make sure that they don't sort of get swamped over by the SP9 cars who are going to be coming around in the lap traffic, and that also has happened to a couple of SP10 cars earlier in the year. So I just hope it goes well, because we sort of need more teams performing for a good championship, and them having a good result would really mix things up all of a sudden.
An hour and 54 odd minutes to go. We're still waiting for SP3T pit stops as well as your Cup 2 pit stops to get underway. And speaking of Cup 2, as if right on cue, finally a swap around for the lead. Are we getting into that pit stop cycle now? Because Marvin Strell has tucked back into the draft and will go side by side through the final sequence of corners. How brave do you really want to be now with the majority of the race still left to go? Sam Coitert elects to back out of it for the time being. The intensity is rising for these cars. Strel, as mentioned, has not been able to save fuel. He's been the one leading the dance. He'll be the first to dive to pit lane. It will leave Sam Kuijter and championship leader Raphael Renhofer in that Phoenix Racing Esports Cup car still out on track and running themselves around. Don't forget Team 75 will have 20 seconds of success penalty to work through. It is a 30-second success penalty that their championship rivals, Phoenix Racing Esports, are going to have to contend with as well. 10 seconds the expected delta once we are out of this pit stop cycle. So about an hour and 8 minutes for the 992 cars. It's going to be a much shorter stop at least one time through this race. How will he play that strategy out? It's going to be another one left, another question, I guess, left up to the teams. And the battle of the strategists will come into play because, of course, Sommel, this is where that the bigger teams have more resources behind the scenes. They won't just have the drivers. They may have someone watching and monitoring the strategy of the race in real time. This is where those staff members really earn their paychecks.
Oh, that's true. You can just earn so much with that data as a team in terms of strategy. You can watch others, get a better idea, because sometimes your teammate needs to do another thing, maybe, you know, just maybe refreshen up after their stint if they have to come back in the car. So if you have somebody else to watch and monitor the strategy, things just get that much easier and more, let's say, less stressful for them as well when they get back in the car. So let's see what's happened over here suddenly for the Dodge Cobra car. Oh my goodness.
And it's Andy, yes, Andy Goulden. I feel so bad because I mentioned so many times today that he is the head instructor at the Nürburgring driving school, but he just shows how treacherous this track can be. That's not a hard place to have a major issue. I can speak from personal experience. Took him a while to get it turned around as well because he was almost lodged into the tire wall, but eventually, as we look through our AMG Motorsports replay, he was able to get it sorted out. As I said, fast left-hander that then you have to stomp on the brakes for. Be very easy to get wrong. Fortunately, though, doesn't seem as though he's got too much damage. And counter to how I react when I make a mistake, this is where professional drivers are very much more mentally focused than me. He's put it behind him already, Sommel. He's focused on the task at hand.
I find it amazing how they're able to do that, how mentally they just able to get back from that break so quickly. It's almost like they had no break at all. So that I find to be amazing, frankly. But I think if someone like Andy Goulden can make a mistake right here, it goes to show that anyone can. He knows the circuit way better than so many other drivers. So it is treacherous for sure. Even if you're at the top, it's still not 100% guaranteed to win.
Great look on board with some of our drivers as well. Always good to be able to see how focused, how much they're wheeling the wheel. Certain drivers do have quite distinctive driving styles. At least one of my good friends drives with his hands basically. Most drivers keep their hands like you would in a real car, tucked down with your body. He chicken wings his arms basically so that they're... Yeah, I know, it makes absolutely no sense, but it works for him, and so I can't fault him for it at the end of the day. If he finds ways to be fast with it, he finds the ways to be fast with it. Still, Tregurther and Bachmann are working together now down through the Stefan Beloff S's. Aside of plenty of traffic drama over the course of the first two rounds of the championship, hasn't been a trouble spot so far today, which is good to see as I knock on the wood around me as well, just to make sure that I don't bring a commentator's curse down. You mentioned earlier, Sommel, of course, that for Door Esports weren't so thrilled with the Porsche after round number 2. After grabbing the victory in round number 1, big update to the car, completely changed the way that it truly handles. But in qualifying, we saw the speed. And ultimately, even if they're not at the tippy front of the field, they are way more competitive than they were about, 3 weeks ago, if that. It's not been a short turnaround, and they found a lot of speed in that 911.
I think that's what the really good teams do. They practice hard in the meantime. Even though the rest of the world might be on holiday, they will go out there and maybe test the car, find what they can do better. And it seems that that is exactly what Dirt Esports has done, because you don't suddenly find that much pace so instantly, and it is great to see eventually, because then they can be in fights like this one. Sure, they might not be at the front of the train, but at any given moment they can get there, and that is really empowering when you've got no pace at all in the last round.
So as expected, by the way, Philip Gogolok has come down to pit lane after just 2 additional laps. They've got the minimum driving requirement done, and now we'll see Will Tregurtha as well as Marek Bachmann. All 3 Williams Esports cars will get the real-world pros out there, Esports pros in. And now we'll see what Daniel Lafuente, what Vasilios Belitsiotis, and what what Alessandro Bico have in the pocket. Dominic Stave will jump in to replace Sami Matti Trogan at the end of this next stint of the race. SP10 cars still working their way through. It's Core Sim Racing 2 and Pascal Stix that lead from Maximilian Den, Niklas Nolde, who all had no success penalties to speak of. And they have very much taken advantage of that and continue to work their way through. So SP9 now does see Sami Matti Trogan and Walkenhorst Motorsports retake the lead of the race. Lap times have still been ultra impressive, I should say, out of Sami Matti. 7:51.9 was the last time around for him. He has a 13-second buffer over Sindre Sepsos. Then 3 seconds to Alexei Nesov, so a big gap there. And this is that phase of the race where, in the case of the top 4 Sommel, they've yet to get their second driver in. And so while we know that the pace is likely going to be good, it's always hard to phrase this correctly. Even at the top level of sim racing, when you go from week to week, from race to race, there's always going to be one driver that is likely a 10th, a 100th quicker lap on lap on lap. And so you kind of need to know who that is so that you can structure the plan around maximizing their potential in the car and then getting the most out of your second driver.
I think the best part about a really good team is that they recognize which one is faster, because then there's no ego about it. Let's say the real world driver comes into the sim. If they recognize that, hey, maybe I'm not quite as adept with the platform as the other co-driver, that really saves up everything, because then you have no ego fight, no struggle, nothing like that. You can just say, okay, you're the faster one, let's prioritize you in that case. And then I can maybe tag along and learn a little bit more. As we see this big swap around for the lead in Cup 2. That is essential, Arjuna, because then things can work smoothly, and that will come, and that change in performance will happen. But for now, wow, I didn't expect United to fight that hard, but they have, and they've kept the lead for now.
I think it's about leading into the pit stop entry. I always prefer to be in front rather than behind. Although it is, I would argue, more risky to be the car behind in terms of being rear-ended. Here's a look back at the SP10 leaders who have been separated by a bit of lap traffic. We'll see if it will close on up or if Pascal Stix will be able to take advantage of this. We will have to wait and see at this point. Bit of an update, by the way, from Race Control. The HRT, sorry, to give it its full name, the AMG HRT by UOL car, this is the #1 defending champion machine, has just been signaled for a penalty. So we are going to see Johan Harth dive his way down on towards the pit lane. And they're going to drop slightly back after very much trying to maximize the races that they've had. Not how they would have wanted this middle phase to really be going. We'll drop them from 5th, potentially down, I would suspect, to 7th spot. I think that penalty is actually for using the fast repair. Drivers do get to use the iRacing fast repair, but it's not a free repair. You get your car repaired, but you then do have to come back down on the subsequent lap, and I think it's a drive-through penalty that gets served. So there is a cost associated with it. It's not because of any on-track infringement from the Frenchman. The 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion. An hour and 44 minutes still left to go. Looking up above at this battle in SP10, Maximilian Den in the Simsa Esports 347, Nicholas Nolde in the Door Esports 320, and a little bit further back, Tatu Sipala on the back of Team RSO's Niels Benedict as they work their way through the mid-portion of the lap. summer with us winding up to another year of iRacing special events. Of course, it all kicks off at Daytona in 2 weeks' time or so with the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, the biggest sim race in the world in terms of participation, with over 16,000 competitors in 2022. I mean, let's be real, we're all looking forward, though, to that little 24-hour race a little bit later in the year when we're returned here to the Nordschleife for a twice around-the-clock blast. It's one of the most intense events, I think, in iRacing, even though it's not necessarily always about battling other competitors. And that 24-hour race is very much, I think, about battling the clock and battling the track.
When you mentioned we had so many participants at Daytona in 2022, initially I was like, wait, isn't it still 2022? But I think it's so right. Daytona is, sure, it's challenging, but I think it's still kind of like the living, breathing New Year resolution for all of iRacing. We see a lot of participants over there. But really, if you want to have the toughest one, you got to go to Nürburgring. There's no two ways about it. Because sure, at Le Mans, you might have a great degree. I mean, of course, we used to have Le Mans, but still, we used to have a lot of long straights where things really get boring. But at the Nürburgring, there is no time to breathe all the way through. And it's a battle with the track, a battle with the car, battle with yourself as well. Because after a point, you do get tired, and at Le Mans maybe you can rest a little bit. At Daytona maybe you can get a little bit quiet, get on the bankings, take a little bit of, I wouldn't say your foot off the throttle, but mentally extra a little bit. Not so much over here, no. This is one track where you've got to go all out all the way through, and you can have small errors like the one Stefan Hermann had right there. Just getting the rear end of the car slightly loose on the curb, and sure, Stefan was able to correct it, but let's say at 3 o'clock in the night, when you've already done 4.5 hours of driving, you're dead tired, only surviving on coffee and maybe some other caffeinated energy drink, that sort of mistake becomes way, way too hard to catch. And so I love this about the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's always a battle of the self as well.
I don't think I've actually ever completed a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring without a very damaged car. I'm just trying to think through the memory bank, and yeah, there are certain curbs that you can get away with using, but a lot of the curbs here are quite high. And I've taken myself out of some 4-hour races here at the ring by beaching myself on curbs before. So it can very much happen easier than you'd think. So you definitely want to try and make sure you stay out of harm's way when it comes to this track in particular. Battle for 4/5th. Core Sim Racing and their 340 have about a 2-second gap to the Walkenhorst X Race at 335. Celeste Tattoo Sipala behind the wheel. He's past Niels Benedict. They have Felix Kornbach trying to recover from the 10 seconds of success penalty that BS Competition had to survive as well. Comment in our live stream chat, by the way. 24 hours here, a battle of concentration and tunnel vision. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. It feels like, you know, the arcade games, the drift games that like in Japan and whatnot, where it just gets all sorts of like light speed from Star Wars, where just things are flying past you. It definitely feels like that sometimes here at the Nordschleife. The only thing that I wish that we could have for the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring is, I think, a common wish from everybody, which is, let's have more than 60 cars. Let's have 200 cars, as that's a core sim racing mistake with a car that's got a beaten up front end. I don't think that damage is recent. I think Mike Paluch has been dealing with that for quite a while. But I think we're going to see him swarmed here as we run out of Galgenkopf, and we'll just see how much the damaged bodywork is acting like a parachute at this point.
It kind of is right now, and you can see the impact that core car will get swallowed by that BS Competition one. And Arzo will also say, I'll go ahead too, using the side draft a little bit to come along over here. But another factor, Arjuna, for the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, the lights. There are barely any throughout the circuit.
Yes.
Visibility is going to be a difficult part as well.
That's the other thing. If we could get the fireworks, you know, where the fires rather, and the barbecues where the sausages are being fried, I think we would very much like that to be added as well. That the ambiance of the track. I do still have it on my bucket list to come to one of the 24-hour races and try and stay awake for all 24 hours. I think that's probably going to be easier said than done, as core sim racing and Paluch work their way down into pit lane. If you're watching along, do jump into our YouTube chat to say hello. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. I got a message from Gary Paravani at Dynamic doing the official photos for the AMG social media platform. So if you're on your choice of social media, head on over to AMG Motorsports and you'll see some of Gary's work from this race. It's not just about the teams and the drivers, not just about me and Sommel and the great team at Nürburgring TV helping to bring you this coverage, but plenty of unsung heroes that make all of this possible. And we thank them all, including our race control team, who have the least thankful job in all of motorsports, whether it is real or virtual. I'd probably argue in some ways it's worse being a virtual steward because the drivers don't have to say nasty things to your face. They can just do it via messages. It's a good thing that some of our stewards do have real-world experience as well, though. It's one of the fun things about working with a great team over at the Nürburgring. Here's the duo for Williams Esports. It's Alessandro Bico in, replacing Philip Gogolov, and in the Razor entry, Vasilius Belitsiotis, iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring 2022 winner, has replaced Will Tregurtha. And now do remember that these drivers will have a quite short stop at the end of this race, Sommel, relative to some of the others. I don't want to say it's going to be that short. It's still going to be about a 30-second pit stop or so, but we're likely going to see a lot of the rest of the cars have a full service in the final sequence. So these cars will be dragged back towards the fronts. Don't think that they're battling just for 9th and 10th.
Oh, no chance, no chance. When things are going to be cycled out, eventually they are going to be way, way up. And both these cars have shown great pace all the way through the season. It's just Williams Esports not just able to get a great first round in, but after that, I think they've been very, very impressive. So I don't think they're going to be in P9, P10 for a long, long moment. I think they'll be back rather soon. So it's just a matter of the other cars cycling out. And the fact that they're both part of the same team, they can work together and maybe not fight as hard so that they can use the draft, maybe bump draft each other to get higher up. And that's going to be important.
Not much damage on the front end of their cars either. I think that's the main thing that you look to avoid here at the Nordschleife. Clouting a curb, taking one of the jumps wrong, whether you're talking about at Flugplatz, where you get the front end rising in the air, or Flansgarden a little bit later in the lap, where, in my opinion, brake down a gear, ride the bump instead of trying to jump the jump. But different strokes for different people. Plenty of these drivers are a little bit braver and more confident than I am, which is maybe why I'm up here talking rather than out there and driving. It's one of the slowest parts of the lap as they wind up through the gears once again. You actually see a bit of crinkling on the front end for Belitsiotis, not significant enough that I think they decided to use a fast repair, because of course then they would have that penalty to serve as a result that would drop them back, but no major drama so far, at least through the field. Bit of an update very quickly again, just to talk about the gaps. 13, 14 seconds. Sami Matti Trojan continues to lead, and it's looking good to rectify the wrong of round number 1 when that number 34 had an incident on the final lap of the race. And Walkenhorst get to the top step of the podium here to start off the new year. Of course, sim racing, by the way, have been closed back on in the SP10 class that continues to give us great racing, Sommel.
Oh, we need more. We absolutely need more. And this is the fun stuff. We're getting to see Mercedes versus BMW. Two completely different cars, two completely different approaches of running them as well. But still, the battling is on and they're so close to each other all the way through as well. So this is going to be fun. Course sim racing too. I've often seen Pascal 6 be very, very respectful in his racing. So whatever happens over here, I know for sure he's going to be very mature. And I don't think it makes sense to fight at this stage, as dull as that may sound. But still, as a racing driver, sometimes natural instincts do kick in and you get to see something a little more dramatic. Hopefully this is that time without them wrecking their race.
If you like the look of this BMW M4 GT4 car, then don't watch any motorsports in 2023. because the front grille has landed in the GT4 class now as well. I mean, mixed opinions on the grille. I will say this, I've seen some of the concepts that BMW have made for future electric cars. It's made me appreciate the new grills maybe a bit more than I have ever done before. I think this is a fantastic looking car though. Very curious to see how its successor does in the real world. And hopefully we get it soon on iRacing as well to complement the GT4 ranks. The BMW, a great supporter of all things iRacing. Not forget that they gave us an LMDH car before it had even hit the track in anger, before IMSA had even finalized the spec of the car, I think, as well. iRacing, Dallara, and BMW had all worked together to deliver it to you, the fans, to be able to go out there and drive. And what a machine it is. So nuanced under braking in a way that prototypes have not necessarily been since the swan song of the LMP1 era here on iRacing. Going to be very curious how we see that car shake up in the real world, especially alongside the likes of Porsche and so many other major manufacturers that have bought into this next evolution.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere Social Media Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. The Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race. Half done, half still to go. And what an enthralling race it's been so far. It's bubbling up and we're going to see drama all the way to the end. We've been tracking a great fight in the SB10 category. Two Williams teammates in your SB9 category as well have been trying to work together to close the margin up front with significantly divergent strategies in all of our classes. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Som Aurora. We've been having a great time so far. You let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. I'd love to hear a little bit more about where you're watching this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Sommel, I mean, we've had plenty to talk about in terms of incidents, but overall it's been a pretty clean race if we're being honest. We've had plenty of traffic drama, I'd say, in the first 2 rounds, but now that maybe those nerves are out of the system, maybe in a new year, it's been pretty great, I'd say, across the board, with 58 cars taking to the start and still 55 out on track.
Indeed, I thought it'd be a little bit more hectic here and there, and that's surprising actually, even though we're probably halfway through the race. But I think we're just coming to that stage of the race where things really go wild. It's going to be half an hour later, when all the strategies are sort of converging, when you're done with all your final pit stops, when you can see the checkered flag within distance. That is when drivers go crazy, and we don't really want to see that. We just want to see more fights. But I think yeah, the worst is yet to come in terms of carnage and chaos. But for now, it's that stage of the race where you've got to do the boring stuff. You've just got to drive around, work with your teammate, which is what Vasilios Belitsiotis is doing right now with his fellow Williams Esports drivers. And that is the kind of things that you need to just get it done right now. Just deal with it until you get to the last hour, and then we can see some chaos. And I'm sure we will, because we're surely not going to see these 2 cars in 9th and 10th. That's 100% sure.
We're riding on board with a 17-year-old. 2022 was an interesting year for him. Spent the vast majority as a zebra, signed up with PS competition, but late in 2022 made the switch over to Williams Esports and will now be focused on his full seasons potentially here in 2023, representing such a major name in motorsports. Did say that he had a fun Christmas, received a lot of cool presents, although nothing sim racing related. I don't know if he's disappointed about that or not. My suspicion is that unless he's being given a gift by Williams Esports, there's not many people in his life that will know exactly what to get him in the world of sim racing. So maybe I'd suggest it's not the worst thing in the world. Did you get anything interesting for Christmas, Sommel?
Funnily enough, we don't really celebrate it a lot back here. So what actually what I got is what I gave. That was really funny. Again, off a Secret Santa, someone asked for something wild. Little did they know they were actually going to get some handcuffs. So things like that here.
Nice. I'm glad that you still do Secret Santa, because that can be quite fun as well, especially if you really know the person and you can do cheeky stuff to make them embarrassed in front of everybody. That is always the most fun part of Secret Santa stuff.
Wait, remember what did you get, any Lego Technic stuff?
No, the Lego Technic that I bought back a few months ago, the Ferrari Daytona, that big one, I got about halfway through with it and then ran out of time. So my Christmas present is that I'm going to go back and I'm going to have to finish it before I'm allowed to buy any of the new Lego stuff, which is going to be coming out this year. I'm very excited about that. It's funny, my Lego passion kind of restarted. I loved Legos as a kid, but I got back into Lego because Lego is now a partner of so many sim racing things. They've been a partner at Coanda, for example, as well. And they sponsored a series that I was commentating on where they sent us the Porsche 911 RSR kit so that we could build it, show it on stream, and we were going to give them away as well. And so from there, I bought way too many Lego sets now, and it's a problem. I need help. Sami Matti Trojan into pit lane with about 85 minutes left in this race. I do suspect that we're going to see him get out and Dominic Stabe take over as the German makes his return to the Digital NLS. Been a while since we've seen him drive in this championship. The Walker Norse Motorsports number 34 has been dominant so far today, other than the few laps that Philip Gogelok led in the Williams Esports number 53. And the one lap that Alexei Nesov led on strategy by going an extra lap. That Walker Norse BMW has been the class of the field so far. It's not just Walker Norse that are coming in on this lap, by the way. We're also seeing Leipert Esports and their Lamborghini dive their way on in. Interesting to note that Dominic Stabe has jumped into the car They only stopped for about 34 seconds. I don't think they've taken tires in that number 34. Is this going to be a no-tire race for Walkenhorst? We will have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, Williams Esports Razors charges in front of their sister car. They power to the end of the lap. Now they're going to cycle their way in front of Leipert and Sandro Petrozilio, who will take on over in that number 10. Still a long way to go, and I'm quite curious what the call's going to be here for Dominic Stabe. 35 odd seconds is not a full tank of fuel either, Sommel.
Exactly, it's somewhat stuck in the middle, but I doubt, I don't really think so that they'll be able to go through an entire race without actually having the tires taken in. It's just not possible, especially with the new updates. All the drivers that I spoke to were saying that, hey, it's going to be that harder because the tires are not really super comfortable at the track. So let's wait and see. I don't think that would be possible ideally though, but again, have they got something up their sleeve? That's going to be interesting.
I mean, they usually do, and they usually don't want to tell us either, if we're being completely honest. But maybe we can send a message the way of Sami Matti Trogan, 2019 iRacing Rallycross World Champion. At least I mentioned Johan Hart, the 2020 World Champion. But Sami Matti, someone who very much has transitioned a successful stint in sim racing over to the real world with his deal, his contract rather, with the Walkenhorst team. It's been great to follow him along. Just listening in to the line being run by Maximilian Den in that Simsa Esports car. Oh, and look at the effort that he's gone to, Sommel. He's made his bed for us.
I love it. Love the setup. Classic sim racer stuff, right? You've not got any space for your sim racing rig. Where do you put it? In your bedroom. That's more like it. I think 90% of all the sim racers might have their rig in their bedroom, wouldn't they, Archie? Where do you have it in your place?
So I had
a specific room for it?
So I do have a specific room, but that's not really because my rig's in there. It's more because all my broadcasting things are in there. And I want to keep that separated from the rest of my life because it takes way too much of my life at this point. So out of sight, out of mind is the way that I think about it. But for the most part, I only really got into sim racing after I graduated from college. I did a bit of racing as a college student in my dorm, but nothing serious. So my rig's always been in my living room. It's always had somewhat of a place. But I guess the younger that you are, the less options that you have for where to put your rig. There is a funny story actually that leads into this. Max Verstappen, yes, the Formula One two-time world champion. He's obviously part of Team Redline because he competes in the sim world a lot. He's the type of person that, if you didn't know this about Max, but during Formula One race weekends when he's not at home, will break out a controller and jump into iRacing with his teammates, and he's not that far off the pace. So he is that good. But this was, I believe, last year, building up to the Le Mans Virtual, the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. And Max was in the process of moving between apartments. The problem was he didn't want to have to set up his sim rig once again, and especially given it was a big race. In fact, it wasn't for Le Mans. It was for one of the Spa races. I think it was a 4-hour race at Spa or something in the Le Mans Virtual Series. But regardless, the story is that he's in the middle of a move, and so he sends this picture to Atzi Kirchhoff, team manager / director at Team Redline, where his apartment is empty, and when I mean empty, devoid of everything other than this one corner where he's got a rather nice sim racing setup in just pushed away out of sight so that he could finish the race and then move it by himself to his new apartment, because he apparently, much like me when I moved, I did not let anyone touch the hardware for my sim racing rig. I took it all off, made sure I moved that myself. I let them take the rig itself, like the 80-20 part of the rig, just so that I didn't have to deal with that. But yeah, I can appreciate why Max is so protective of, what is a rather nice sim racing setup.
Especially if you've owned it all by yourself, then you just don't really want anyone to touch it at all. even if it's your starter level steering wheel, you just are overprotective about it. When someone comes close, you're like, please, don't watch out, don't touch it at all. Let me do it. It's that sort of parental instinct that sort of kicks in when anyone gets by near a sim racing rig. But that's the kind of love that we have for the sport, isn't it? Where you wouldn't even want anyone else to come and try. I think you'd look at anyone 5 times, assess them properly before letting them drive on your rig, so that they don't damage anything, especially if it's a costly one. That's the sort of passion everyone has.
Lots of passion, whether it's the real or virtual world. As John Hindorf always says, the cars may not be real, the racing is. It doesn't matter what race you're doing either. Every race is important to those inside it, and that's what makes iRacing and the sim racing community at large, to be fair, such a special place. The fact that we celebrate motorsports and we make it diverse and accessible. I would never have dreamt of driving a car at the Nordschleife until I was here on iRacing, and now I make an effort to try and drive every single car that I can around the Nordschleife, because that's the fun that we can have. You mentioned Stefan Belloff's lap time. I try to see what cars can break the lap time and what cars cannot break the lap time. So it's some of those fun things that we can do. Now, this is something that had totally skipped my mind, partially because it has been a few weeks since the last time I did a race with these GT3 cars. Actually, the last race that I did with these GT3 cars was the previous DNLS round, the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. You can change tires at the same time as doing fuel now. So I'm going to have to go and dig into the pit stops in particular and figure out exactly what we're doing on strategy. However, I will also say that I'm not sure exactly how the tires are working right now, because I've been so used to how they used to work in the previous system, Sommel, where you always wanted to change tires when you changed drivers because you didn't know what the tires would do after that, as we watch Team Hoisingveld and Sim RC swap around in this battle for second in SP3T. In fact, it's Hoisingveld and Impulse rather, not Sim RC and Hoisingveld. But you never change tires when you change. You always change drivers when you change tires. And a lot of the time you wanted to try and go as long on the tire as possible, just because it gave you enough life to be able to keep the performance where you wanted it to be. With this new tire update, the goal from iRacing was to bring that down so that you did have to change tires a lot more frequently, but the best of the best in sim racing will always find those little advantages that they can.
That's true, and when iRacing came out with this update, they literally said double stinting is dead. That's literally what they said in all of their updates. So I was like, okay, surely someone will find a way around it, right? And I don't know if anyone has actually, because even in the last couple of rounds, I was watching and it seemed like, hey, are they really not taking any extra tires? But this race should also give us a better idea about what's actually going on over in here. But if they can, my goodness, that'll be some challenge, because I haven't had the chance to try it yet, but everyone else, every YouTuber was talking about the car, they were just like, oh no, tires are going to die far, far quicker. So I wonder what they're doing.
Hey, I'm sending out the virtual postcard to Sami Matti Trogan, by the way, to try and figure out what's going on in that car. Hopefully he'll be able to add a little bit of insight to us and to bring us behind the pit wall, if you were, as to exactly what they're doing. A couple of comments in our YouTube chat. Someone's just woken up in Watkins Glen, New York, where it is snowing. Good morning. Good way to wake up as well, to some great racing around the Green Hell. I hope you did get that little bit of coffee as well, so great way to start the morning off. Someone says they've seen motorcycles lap the Nordschleife in 5 minutes flat. And I don't think there's anything that genuinely I would not want to watch as little as that, because that does sound mind-bogglingly terrifying.
I still don't understand how. Like, how is that physically possible? Like, 5 minutes for a motorcycle is way, way too less. That'll be scary, yes. I think somewhere around even 8-9 minutes would be quite an achievement. 5 minutes is way too little. Now, if you have seen it, I would love to see that lap as well if you can find the link.
Okay, send it to Sommel, don't send it to me, because, yeah. I've been doing some... My holidays have been going on YouTube and, you know, going through all these weird rabbit holes. One of the weirdest rabbit holes that I've been going down, suddenly I'm a fan of rock climbing. I have absolutely no idea why, but Have you ever seen this thing called free soloing, Sommel?
Wait, what's it about?
It's like if you were going to drive a race car without seat belts, without a helmet, without a Hans device, basically without any safety nets at all. So go back to the 1930s, kind of.
Wow. Basically driving in India.
Yes. Although having said that, my experience, because I got my driving license in India, for those who don't know, I grew up in Singapore. I live in the US now, but I got my license in India. Indian drivers aren't the worst in the world, Sommel, and there's one particular reason why. Do you want to guess what it is?
Okay, maybe because, let me guess, why are Indian drivers not the worst?
Because if no one follows the rules, there are no rules to follow.
That's a good point.
So when
I agree.
Yeah, when it's that chaotic, it's not honestly that bad because everyone does what they want to do, and it all gets figured out.
Yeah, you deal with it. What else?
Yeah, there's not, honestly, driving in India is not as stressful as some other parts in the world. More pit stops underway as well, mainly in your SP10 category. And if you haven't had your second driver get in, they are getting in now. Tony Renainen's going to be back behind the wheel of the Simsa Esports 347. That's a car to watch as they look to push towards the end. Dylan Shrivens has just finished up his his stint in the car. I'm not sure if he's going to stay in or if we're going to see Konstantin Scharf jumping in there. Going to be curious to see. There is the Simsa Esports car already up and rolling. Sven Neumann in a white, orange and black car drops and rolls with Door Esports in close pursuit as well. But Door Esports, Alessio Bender has jumped into the driving seat. So it does seem as though they're doing quite a lot of this back and forth swapping through the field, apart from that Door Esports car, which now for the first time will grab a new driver behind the wheel. Still waiting for these couple of cars. They're only about 2 laps away from diving on in, but of course 2 laps here is about 15 minutes, so we'll see them in just past the close of the hour, maybe about 5-10 minutes into that next hour. Not really too much of a change in pace between the two of them. Beliziotis has been punching the hole in the air for the last handful of laps after Alessandro Bico led the dance initially, but two teammates trying to work together and knowing they've still got a lot of ground to try and make up, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do as a result of this one. Remember, this is the shortest race distance that we have as well. 3-hour race here. Next time out, 11th of Feb, it will be the Happy Racing 3.5-hour race, just like we had a 3.5-hour race a couple of weeks ago for round 2 of the championship. And we close it with the longest race, Sommel, although having said that, 4 hours here at the Nordschleife, it just feels normal given that's what traditionally you tend to do.
Exactly. It will feel right, especially for all the real-world drivers who know exactly what to do. But I wonder if all the sim racing drivers will let them do just more than just 8 laps, because, of course, there's a bit of a delta, right? All the sim racing drivers naturally know the platform a little bit better, so they tend to be the faster ones. And so, for the sake of your race, you'd want your sim racing driver to do as many laps as possible. But for that 4-hour race, I wonder what that time allocation, what the balance would be. And I think luckily, because we've got a couple of months to go for that, Arjuna, all the sim racing drivers are trying to get the real world drivers really up to speed at that point. Just maybe so that they can be sort of equals as well, because you really need a 2-pronged effort to make sure that you win. You can't just have one great driver and the other one, let's say, 7/10 of the average pace. That's not going to work at all. Ooh. Trouble.
That's not ideal for either Beliziotis or Alessandro Bico. You mentioned that for Door Esports, they had a technical issue that dropped them out of the lead of round number 2 with about 50 minutes to go. Weren't able to bounce back from that with the limited time in front of them. There's going to be some concern for Williams Esports as Alessandro Bico forced his way through. I think that was on that Impulse SP3T car. A little bit close for comfort if you ask me, but just trying to keep in step with his teammate. Alessandro Bico joined Williams back in 2020. Said that the holiday break was much needed for him to grab some time with his family and to reset and recharge. And at the young old age of 19, will be pushing even harder here in 2023. There's the battle for third in SP3T. Bit of an update here, of course, with the success penalty shaking up things a little bit. PureSim's leading class, Konstantin Stolzenberg, has been driving since the start. It'll be Ross McFarlane that will take over there. And maybe the best placed driver, or the driver with the most relevant skill set, you'd say, to fend off Corin Jangunes or Kieran Harrison in that Sim RC car that's about 7 seconds down the road. This battle for third, Sommel, is 32 seconds off the race leader. Of course, Team Hoisingveld will say, well, we had the 30-second success penalty. And it's the same story that Sim RC would have been saying last time out when they had the 30-second success penalty and they got pretty close to fighting for the victory at the very end. But it's what makes this championship so difficult to say that, okay, if I win the first race, I know I'm looking good to win the championship.
Exactly. And when you're so far back, let's say if you're in P3 and your primary rival is in P1, let's say if your primary rival is in P4 and you're in P2, something like that, it can be so tricky to count the points as well at real time to figure out, hey, am I actually properly in the lead over here, or am I just chasing? What happens in that case? So you're not directly ever fighting anyone because there's always success penalties to contend with. And so round 5 is going to be incredible, Arjuna, because that'll properly reveal who's been in the fight and who isn't. And then you add success penalties into the mix as well. So I love it. I love the fact that there's no direct fight, but it's always somewhat like a Cold War going on in the SP3Ts with all the success penalties here and there.
Bit of a dive to the inside as Martin Ashert tries to fight his way back forward, but Fabian Siegmann has a lock on third, and I'll try and break away if he can now. Rearwards on board this Hyundai Elantra. See the different lines being taken there as well. Ashert a lot more tight to the apex and will get alongside momentarily. Not going to be able to throw the lunge, but thought about it. That's for sure. Coming towards that final hour of the race. In about 6 minutes time, let's get into that final cycle of the pit stops. And we'll see how all things shake out in that strategy equation. Lovely look on board with Martin Ashert, who is also wearing, by the way, a rather delightful Impulse Racing t-shirt, I do believe. And I'm always interested what makes people comfortable, because I'm the type of person that I would need to take my hat off right now. Down the hill into the Hudson back with these front-wheel drive cars. Then people will say front-wheel drive and think they're easy to drive, but no, a fast touring car is a loose touring car, and you very much have got to get it all sorted. Now this is one of those tricky corners down the hill. Trying to get tight to the first part of the apex so you can get on the power early and charge on that climb up towards the Flugplatz. Stretch the engine as much as it can. Really make it go through the revs. The front end momentarily up in the air as you crest the hill. And oh, a big snap there. Great car control to bring it back into a straight line, but whoa, Sommel, that was close to disaster.
And absolutely no reaction at all from Martin Ashert. Like, yeah, this sort of stuff happens every other day. You can see the level of focus. Now maybe he'll laugh around a little bit once the pressure gets taken off, but this is brilliant. This is brilliant. This is what sim racing drivers are actually like. And I love that we get to see them behind the scenes to understand this is how they react. Totally cool, no pressure, ice cold, Arjuna.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we can only do in sim racing because it's you can kind of do it in the real world, but it's much harder underneath the helmet and all the protective layers to peel what's going on apart. And so we get that direct look, and it's always interesting to be able to see two teammates, or at least stablemates, as you were. Daniel Lafuente taken over in that 53 machine from Philip Gogolok. Here's a look at that Oh no, in fact, this is what I was waiting for. Slow motion up the top at Flugplatz. You can just see the front air getting up into the air, going light, and then sitting back down. A great look at the AMG Motorsports replay at a couple of Mercedes AMG GT3 machines. But yeah, for Daniel Lafuente, taking over from a car that's led a lap or two in this race, and definitely someone that we come to expect quite a bit from, in terms of the consistency of aggressiveness that we get from him in GT3 machines. Still think back to the summer of 2021 when we had the VRS SCO Sprint Masters, and Daniel Lafuente was the king of making double-digit gains on lap number 1. Although it maybe says a little bit more about the qualifying effort, if we're being honest. But at the very least, did have the race pace to back it up. Gogglelock's making his Williams Esports debut, so not much time for him and Lafuente to have gotten to know each other and to gel, but I think they've clearly got something figured out here as well, in terms of the setup and being able to build this one forward, of course. But interesting point we mentioned about, you know, certain countries not celebrating Christmas. Certain countries celebrate Christmas in different ways, and Lafuente, you know, in Spain, he's one of those countries where they open the gifts on January the 6th. So maybe when he's out of the car, if he gets out of the car, we can send him a message and ask him, what did he get for Christmas?
Wait, what? Why?
Yeah, this is, I think, again, for you and me, slightly different, Sobel, because we grew up in a country and a culture where we don't really celebrate Christmas. But yeah, I find it quite interesting. It's not just in Spain either. It's a bunch of countries.
Wait, but what's the story behind it? I am intrigued now.
You're asking me too much right now. I know a few things. I know a lot about racing. Fortunately, quite a bit about the Nordschleife, because it is one of my favorite tracks in the world. And then, unfortunately, not much else.
Well, that's a lot to know when you're talking about a series like this one anyway, right? Because there's so many fun things, and you bring such a great perspective to it, especially to battles like this one, where you have Walkenhorst and Williams Esports sort of head-to-head, sort of toe-to-toe. I mean, there are things that will change eventually, and Lafuente is now pushing hard, but this is again BMW versus Mercedes, head-to-toe. This is a completely different battle, and Walkenhorst now, I don't know, they're sort of clear on the way through. I wonder what the last hour brings for them, because this is when you properly get to see where they stand in the race, because all the other drama is going to be off after that pit stop, and that pit stop should be in rather soon, I suppose, right?
Yes. By the way, I was just scrolling through social media. Dominic Stabe's last race was in May of 2022. It's been a long time since we've seen him, and it's great to see him back behind the wheel, and hopefully not for the last time. It does look as though he's going to get passed by Daniel Lafuente here, though, as they power down this long Dottinger Hoa. And sliding on past is that Mercedes. Said 58 started this race. They got away with a few gnarly moments at the start, with only the Mahler Racing Team and Peter Bonk performance cars in SP9 and Cup 2 having to retire. We then saw the big moment that saw Greico Motorsports forget to serve a drive-through penalty, and unfortunately the iRacing automated race control instantly disqualified them. We may also recently have had our 4th retirement from the race. We'll have to get confirmation as to whether the Lippert Esports Cup 2 car is going to be able to head back out onto track. But they did have to take a tow back to pit lane after an incident up at Adnar Forst. So add another name to the list of major teams and drivers that have been caught out by what seems like such a simple section of the track. A little bit too much speed, a little bit too much commitment, and it can all go deadly wrong at times. Checking back in with your Cup 2 class. This is one of your Team 75 Bernard by SimRC cars. It is the 276, I believe, hunting down the 222 Avia WS e-Motorsports car. That is up 6 positions since the start of this race. They have very much taken advantage, which I find quite interesting, Sommel, because the positions in front, 1, 2, and 3, are all as they were. No changes at the front of the field. And this is that other jumpy section over at Flansgarden. Shout out to Ricardo Edelman, who has listened to us and acquiesced to give us some of these slow motions.
The most beautiful part about the Nordschleife, the cars with all the downforce jumping. If this is what we get to see now, imagine the past. How crazy must that have been in all those, I wouldn't even call them solid race cars, because they had materials that were so light that it would just fly off all the way through. That must have been scary, actually drive at the Nordschleife over there. But now on to the point, you're right, Arjuna, for Cup 2, very similar. The Urano Team 75 Phoenix Racing just dominating all the way through, cruising. But the only difference is Team 75, of course, have an extra lap on the other two. They've gone a lap, no, they've actually done a shorter lap in Urano and Phoenix Racing, so they'll be coming into pit lane ideally 1 lap earlier. And so that could kind of change things up a little bit. They currently stand in P2 net, but let's wait and see how that plays out, because at this moment in time, they could ideally be having a bit of a pit stop coming in rather soon, and that should maybe determine whether they are in P2 or P3 eventually. But yeah, still very much close by. Everyone can sort of see each other, so not too bad.
So less than an hour to go. We'll see whether anyone comes in at the end of this lap. Good point made in the YouTube chat, and this was something that we were kind of talking about slightly earlier as to whether the real drivers or the sim drivers have a better knowledge base around this track. Of course, this a older version of the track, pre-2015 is the date that was mentioned in the YouTube chat. So at Quiddlebacker Hoa in particular, we're not seeing as much of the front end, getting up into the air. Of course, I always do wonder how much the graffiti has changed as well, because the poor artists at iRacing having to go through and get that all sorted. That can't have been the most fun task in the world, but someone's got to do it, I guess. And so they've done a good job. You do notice it's not one-to-one, the graffiti, I'm pretty sure. They do a lot of repeating various elements that then combine to make up the graffiti effect. But it's really a fascinating track to walk around, or to virtually walk around. I've got some friends who are traveling to Europe this year to go watch some 24-hour races, and one of the major things on their schedule is, how do I go and do some laps at the Nordschleife? It has very much become a haven for global motorsports fans. Out of a sixth is starting to get a little bit more intense. Sindre Setsos has jumped out of the car, and Fabian Hari has taken over in that number 19 just a lap or so ago. And Beliziotis is not just getting the bumper out, he's trying the mental intimidations of flashing the light. He'll throw it to the inside, and his teammate will look to follow as well. 2 Williams Esports cars past the Adrenaline Motorsports 19 in the space of 1 corner. Fabian Hari is really struggling comparatively. Those Mercedes are on the climb.
Oh yeah, Fabian Hari has been losing a lot of time in comparison to all of them, and this move was inevitable. But still, even though you're 4 seconds faster per lap, you've got to go there and pull the move out of the bag, and that they've done with great comfort in both the Williams Esports cars. Clean and precise. It can be hard to do that, but then again, they took the spanner in the works and just threw it out of the works quite simply. Very nice and easy.
I was just mentioning that my friends have been looking to go to the Nordschleife. I am not kidding here when one of my friends has literally just messaged me to say that he has booked 2 laps in a BMW 330i E90.
Oh, that's more like it.
Yeah, no, it's just amazing. I was mentioning it, and literally a moment later, the message comes through. I'm just saying I would love to do that. Although I think one thing that I genuinely would like to also experience is being driven around, not driving myself, in a GT3 car. Because I've done so many laps here. I think I went through at one point and looked through my VRS data. I had something like 1,000 to 2,000 laps with various cars, not with one particular car. And I just like to see how different the experience is in the real car. And let's be honest, no manufacturer is going to trust me with a $500,000 car. I wouldn't trust me with a $500,000 car. So if Bruno Spengler, if Moritz Lohner, if any of these real-world drivers, have a spare seat, I volunteer to experience everything.
I don't think they'd mind adding however many extra kilos into the car, right? That'll just kind of slow it down regardless, if they're real. But I think you can buy taxi tickets for the Nürburgring, can't you?
You can, but I don't know if you can do them in GT3 cars, though.
Oh, that's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, because GT3 cars are... I think this is where we are spoiled with GT3 cars now, because they are so sophisticated. When the classification first launched, it was trying to build a homologation spec that was going to be cost effective, right? And now we have GT4, which has emerged because GT3 costs were spiraling out of control. And now GT3 is the pinnacle of sports car racing, with GTEs saying goodbye and GT3s heading back to Le Mans with optional LMP3, I think, or LMGT3 kits, whatever they're calling them. If they're optional kits, no one's going to use them, let's be honest. Battle for third at SP10. Josh Anderson has, I think, just left the pit lane in that BS competition car for the final time today. Spent about 50 seconds stationary getting, I think, tires and fuel. Has emerged just in front of that BC-MC entry. And of course, do remember, BS competition had that 10-second success penalty to deal with. They're 10 seconds off the lead right now, Sommel. It's always interesting to look at these teams that have to drop back in that first pit stop cycle, and as we have about 50 minutes to go, see where they might have been without it. Here's the Valkyrie Experience Machine. Do love that livery as well. Love a bit of a asymmetric twist on it as well. They've trying to chase down Adam Christodoulou, and Fabio Basucci is going to slide his way on past. Christodoulou back in the car after Ferdinand Arndt finished up his stint of, I think it was 7 or 8 laps. I forget off the top of my head. So you did see Christodoulou have a bit of a spin earlier. Or not a spin, excuse me. He's the one that came into the scene of the spin. After we saw the, I think it was the, it wasn't the Mahler Racing Porsche that we saw retired. I think it was one of the Urano esports cars, but you're right on board right now with Christodoulou. As more pit stops underway in SP9, Sommel, the Williams esports cars are coming in for their final time today.
And this should be the moment that reveals a lot of what we've been discussing. Which team actually genuinely is right up there to fight for the win at the very end, and who truly isn't. We're getting to see Williams Esports Racer and the number 55 Williams Esports team both boxed together, but it seems like for now they're the only ones. All the others have at least one lap left to go. We've got Phoenix Racing, who should be coming in the next lap, but because of all the variations that we saw early on, Arjuna, there are going to be teams like Walkenhorst, teams like Adrenaline Motorsport, who are going to be coming far, far later. So there's a bit of a mix-up in this group, and it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell at this moment in time, because Walkenhorst might be dominating with an 18-second gap, but they've got to pit in 3 laps time. And then, of course, they'll do a bit of a short stop. So how much time will they gain / lose over there?
Christodoulou, the 2016 ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring winner. Had some success across the disciplines of motorsports as well. Was the 2009 Star Mazda champion, which of course is over in the US. The champion that he succeeded, John Edwards, BMW Works driver. The driver that won the championship after Christodoulou, Connor Daly, current driver in the NTT IndyCar Series. Funny little stats that sometimes when you look back in the history books, you're like, okay, these drivers all came up around the same time. And boy, what a long career some of them have had and will continue to have as well. And hopefully plenty more races here at the ring. Not seeing any of these cars peeling on off down to the pit lane. Can tell you that in the case of those that pitted a lap or so ago, including the Williams Esports trio, all basically doing a full service, it appears as though. Full tires, fuel, staying in almost the full 42 odd seconds that the full service will take. I think it just means that they're not going to have to worry about fuel saving and they can just push to the end from here. It is still Dominic Stave that leads, though, in that Walkenhorst Motorsports car. The 91 has seen Alexei Nesov jump out and Urano team manager Seb Schmalenbach jump into the car. He'll be there for the final hour of the race and is, I think, going to be looking to consolidate a podium finish here. We've seen Seb be pretty consistent over the course of the first 2 rounds, although I hope he won't mind me saying that maybe not as fast as Alexei, which is a pretty high bar to be setting. And Lucas Muller is in the Door Esports Porsche that now runs in effective net 3rd. So I do think that we are going to be looking at potentially Schmalenbach versus Muller in the final maybe 30 minutes of this race, with the gap being about 7 or 8 seconds, and expecting maybe a second or 2 a lap to be chunked away as Muller puts the pressure on. And my mind now goes back as we jump on board with Norby Kish, who's into the BMW bank car in place of Bruno Spengler. My mind goes back to round number 1, Sommel, when Lucas Muller was putting the pressure onto Alexei Aloma, this time for the win. And the Walkenhorst Motorsports driver cracked on the very final lap of the race. I hate to keep bringing this up for poor Alexei, but Lucas Muller is someone that we've seen be relentless in his doggedness in this championship.
And he will force the issue. He absolutely will force the issue at the very end, even though even just the sight of seeing a car like Door Esports in the back of your mirror might make you wonder, okay, things are about to get serious over here right now. So that fight is coming soon. It's kind of like a repeat, isn't it? It's kind of like we're getting to see round 1 all over again. Similar race distance, similar fights, but of course, success penalties to add the drama all the way through. But I'm only curious to see what this car also does in the meantime, Team BMW Bank, because they're sort of in the middle of nowhere. They're in this awkward little strategy, and their pace isn't quite... Well, it's not quite the worst in the world, but it's not quite also the best. But they've got decent bit of track position in comparison to all the faster cars behind. So can they also throw a spanner in the works for, say, a position like P3, P4? Because their pace is certainly right up there with around the cars in that position.
Looking rearwards on board with Norby Kish. Kevin Volk using the draft to build, and you see the lights flashing, the universal sign of I'm making my way on through. How much do you want to fight? Norby Kish will have the inside as they ride up towards the Moot Curva. How brave does he want to be? Not that brave, it turns out, and it will be the green BMW that slides its way up 1 more position now to 7th. 5 positions gained over the course of this race so far. But Kevin Volk will owe us a pit stop in maybe a lap or 2's time. And we'll see him drop down through the running order once again, see how the dust will settle in this fastest class on track. It's very much broken up, by the way, in your 992 Cup 2 class, where it is still Urano that leads, but now with Vlad Kimichev behind the wheel. He took over from Sam Koiter there. Phoenix Racing Esport Cup and Raphael Renhofer in 2nd, but that's only partially because we're into another pit stop cycle for the final time today, and Jürgen Frank in that Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entry has already brought his car to the pit lane and is rolling with his service for the race complete. Just has to survive the next 45 minutes. And then we'll see where he shakes up compared to Phoenix Racing Esports. Remember the 205 and the 275 tied on points coming into this one. And in terms of racing distance, we are, I think, officially now past the halfway mark of this championship. Still 3.5 hours on the 11th of Feb to come. That's the Happy Racing 3.5 hour race, round 4 of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And to round out the season a month later, 11th of March. 4 hours of racing for the KALFF 4 hours. Going to be curious to see if we do actually see a few more 3 driver lineups being pushed forward into the equation. SP10 still fun. Alessio Bender has dropped down the order since he got into the car, unfortunately. Door Esports at one point were up in that leading group and are now down in the 6th position as they run. They've got Tatu Sipula in the Walkenos X-Racer car directly up the road. About 1.4 further up to Joshua Anderson in the BS competition entry. I think has already made his final cycle of pit stop, so looking good to potentially even grab the victory here today. Simsa Esports, as well as Core and BCMC, I think may still owe us a pit stop, although I'm not 100% sure on that one. They'll be very much hoping they can get to the end of this race. We haven't talked much about SP3T either, I think again because it broke up so much after the first pass of traffic, Sommel. But it's still pure sims from SimRC from Team Hoisingveld.
And then, of course, there's Impulse Racing in the background, all on the same stint, doing just the normal stuff all the way through. There's only one little anomaly going on in the SP3T category. It's Muller Bill Motorsport. And that's because they had an incident early on. So they completely have been off-cycle from the very, very beginning. But it's just TCR cars doing what TCR cars always do. Just following along with each other, going in the draft lane. Sometimes a little bit split up at the end, but still very much close by. And we can't quite tell what the exact gap is between Pure Sims and SimRC. It's hard to tell, but I certainly hope it's close by, because at the end, last lap TCR battles are something really engaging to see. But what you're seeing on screen right now, folks, is the classic example of teamwork. It's the classic advantage of having, well, what we were seeing a couple of moments ago. It's just helps to have multiple cars, of course, on the grid at the same time for one team, because then you can work together and do that sort of stuff. But for a team like Urano, who've had an incident early on, when your one car is just completely apart from the other one, all your race strategy might be completely wrecked apart, because then you might have planned for, let's say, fuel saving together, but then there they are, Urano, stuck in P14 after an early incident. They're not...
Sorry, go ahead.
They're faster. They're faster. They don't really to be in P14, but then again, stuff happens in the world of racing.
Now, Luca Kita has had to serve some penalties as well, so I think part of that somewhat self-inflicted. They are able to slide on past the RC Car Shop's car. Let's see what they can do in these final 40 minutes. I'll go back to your point on TCR very quickly, though. It's about 5.5 seconds that splits first and second right now. Last time your race leaded in an 8:45, 6:38. SimRC, an 8:45, 6:35. 0.003 of a second splits Ross McFarlane from Corentin Gunes, and that's what I was saying earlier. If there's anyone to challenge Gunes and Harrison in terms of outright speed, lap after lap, it's hard to bet against someone like Ross McFarlane with so much experience in this car. I've been on the record in this series already saying that I think SimRC have the strongest two-car lineup in the championship across of any championship with touring cars and iRacing, to be fair. Pure Sims are definitely up there, and we saw just how much that SimRC were pushed in that IMSA Esports Championship as well. Looking on board with Luca Kita, I said the first thing that any real sim racer has to do is get some track maps up behind him. So I can see Imola, I can see Spa, but he loses points because there's no Nordschleife there.
Everything's better with the Nordschleife when you've got that in the back. But I've actually got one for Albert Park as well, and it's incredibly well designed. It's amazing to have these. How do you even describe them? You can't call them track maps, right? Because maps are supposed to be flat pieces of paper. Is it a track trophy?
I don't know. Track map still seems okay. It's a 3D print of a 2D object at the end of the day. It's not like we're doing anything sophisticated when we're printing it out for the most part, you know, in terms of carving it from the wood. There are some very nice ones as well, and I'm just waiting to find the right one, because I want one from the Nordschleife, but I want a rather big track map at the end of the day, and I kind of want it to light up as well. You know, this is the RGB unicorn vomit that a lot of people put on their computers, including myself. I definitely would like to see one of those, and that would be the one that I would probably pick up and throw on my wall.
But imagine if you could have one of those track maps with the inclination actually in there, so you could. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Especially for the Nordschleife, if you could make one.
I was going to say, can you imagine how complicated that would be to make of the Nordschleife as well? Oh, the poor person having to carve that by hand. Oh, it doesn't get much more difficult than that, to be fair. Yeah, we'll see. If anyone knows one of these magic track maps that lights up and is humongous in size, Arjuna Kankipati on Twitter, just send it over my way. I'd love to see it. Vlad Kimichev into pit lane in the Cup 2 class, by the way. So we are seeing those cars finishing up their stints now. And we'll see exactly how big the gap is going to be between Kimichev and Jürgen Frank once we finish things up, because Cup 2 class was close until that first cycle of pit stops, separated out a little bit after that. Will it be shrunk back into a close fight, or are we in for a little bit more domination until the end of this race? We'll have to wait and see. I think at this point, though, we are basically at the stage where everyone has, for the most part, made their final pit stops. There's a handful of cars here and there that we still wait for, including the overall leader, Dominic Stave, in that Walk and Horse Motorsports number 34, but strategies are well and truly converging at this point, Samuel.
That's true, we're getting a better idea of who's who, where they are, and what things actually look like. But again, the bigger question at the end is still the one driver at the very top. Dominic Stave, Walk and Horse Motorsports, where do they line up? Is a 29-second gap enough? And of course, once they come back, they will have slightly fresher tires, I'm assuming, because they will have a bit of a change here and there. So what happens in that case? Do they have enough pace in the bank to get back? Because I don't think they'll be coming out net one, regardless of what happens, because the cars behind them do have fresher rubber in comparison to them. So this is going to have a fun ending scripted all the way for us, Arjuna. This is going to be fun. Plus, they need to climb the way back as well. I'm sorry.
I think you're... We'll see, but Dominic Stave is also the fastest man on track right now. He did his fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap for that car last time by, 7:48.158. Not showing any rust for a driver that's been out of the car since May of last year. Looking on board right now, though, with Tatu Sipala in that Walk and Horse X-Racer car, and this is one of the few opportunities that you have to drink a little bit of water on one of the short blasts that you do have on the run to the chicane. I will say, it looks like he's not got just one person watching over his shoulder. He's got two people watching over his shoulder. Seems like a lot of pressure.
It's absolutely crazy. When you have someone standing behind you at your sim rig, that must be so much of pressure. If you can just feel them, you can maybe not see them, but there's this fifth sense that comes up, and then additionally, you try to complicate simple things because there's someone watching. I don't know how Tatu is able to manage, but wait, that's some hard job. But I love that they've got the race also going on there in the background. It looks like a proper setup right there. That's more like it.
Yeah, no, this doesn't seem like just someone's sim rig room. This seems like a sim racing center more than anything else. So, interesting little dynamic there. Walk and Horse Motorsports are down to the pit lane, by the way, for their final stop of the day. Where are they going to cycle out in comparison to the rest? We'll have to wait and see. They're already dropped down to about 5th on my timing screen as they roll after spending 54 seconds in the lane. Still waiting for, at the very least, Adrenaline Motorsports to come down onto pit lane. Seb Schmalenbach does lead, and I think leads on merit at this point. Alexei Nesov had a blinding 2 hours before he handed that car over to his team manager. And Schmalenbach has been very careful in not making too many mistakes, working through traffic to give a sizable buffer, not just still to Door Esports, although Lucas Muller is within 5 seconds now of your leader, having brought that gap down from about 7 or 8 seconds. But he's 22 seconds clear of your former race leader, with Walk and Horse Motorsports now dropping to 5th. And Johan Hart and the AMG Team HRT by UOL entry is 13 seconds off your leader as well. Could Urano be on to spring a surprise for us, Sobel?
That's more like it. All the way through the race, we knew they were there, but we didn't properly know that they could be fighting for the win. And now, Dominic Stave has a proper challenge on his hands. Can he gain 23 seconds and pass 4 cars in the meantime to go ahead and get the win with just 34 minutes left to go? Hey, if anything, Arjuna, this is going to be one car to track. This is going to be one proper ending of the race. I'm intrigued now. I can't wait. I can't wait because this is just going to be exactly the kind of event that we've all been waiting for since the very beginning.
I was pretty confident based on the speed that we were seeing from Sami Matti and even from Dominic that they had a bit of a surprise. But now I'm the one being surprised, which I love. This is what racing is all about. I still think that Door Esports are in with a major shout here as well. Last time by about 2.5 seconds quicker than the Urano car that leads at the front. Fabian Hari's on to lap 5 of his stint, by the way. The most you can go on fuel is 8 laps here. There is no way you can go longer than that. We are guaranteed another pit stop for that Adrenaline Motorsports number 19 as far as I can tell, even though he is on the back of some Cup 2 traffic and trying to close to your race leader. The DNLS never disappoints, that is for sure. Meanwhile, in Cup 2, it's looking good for Urano in that category as well here, Sommel. They are 32 seconds clear of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC.
But the battle isn't over yet. Still 30 odd minutes left to go. Still enough time to fight it out. Let's kind of see what happens towards the very end, shall we?
So plenty of excitement, that is for sure. Going to be a blast for 30 minutes with plenty of drama. You're watching the third round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear, the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race. 2 hours and a bit in the books, and it comes down to this blast to the end. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Nürburgring TV with a run to the checkered flag here from the Green Hell.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zur NLS.
into the final 30 minutes of round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Welcome back to the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race here from the Green Hell. We are into the closing stages and strategy has converged to deliver some exciting finishes in a couple of classes, some more wide open finishes in the others. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Sommel Aurora. Sommel, what a way to start off 2023. I don't think I've ever felt so wrong in the commentary box for a long, long time. And even as we watch Fabian Hari blasting his way closer and closer to the race lead, we know that BMW owes us a pit stop. The question really is, can Seb Schmalenbach hold off the challenge from Door Esports from behind as they continue to close with 30 minutes left to go?
And they are closing up, Arjuna. Slowly but steadily, they are gaining 1,000, maybe 100th here or there. And all of a sudden, we have more contenders, more challengers. And out of those more challengers, I don't think we can include Walkenhorst Motorsports, because in the 5 minutes that we were away, they haven't really gained a lot of time. Only 1 second on the leader. 1. And they need to gain 22 more. I think it's odd, because all the way through the race, they were going on their own pace, open free air, but I think maybe they didn't really manage to pace well enough in that meantime, and so their odd little strategy has backfired big time.
In terms of speed, I do think that it wouldn't have been a surprise to say that Walkenhorst looked the best in the first hour. After that, the debrief will go in to figure out how it maybe slightly unraveled from there, with some interesting strategy calls from some of the other teams, maybe working a little bit more successfully. For Schmalenbach now, I think the important thing is to try and stay close to Fabian Hari and to just use the draft. We talk about 170 corners around, 170 corners for the 24-hour layouts of the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife. However, there are plenty of long runs out of corners where you use the draft to just carry a little bit more speed and build the speed a little bit more. So being within touching distance, for example, out of the Hadzenbach on the run through Flugplatz, towards Schwaudenkrautz, onto the brakes into Arenberg. Important run there. If you can then stay close enough till the exit of Bergwerk on that climb all the way towards Mutkurve. Some important places to be able to take advantage of something that we don't talk about enough. And in terms of setup compromise, I don't think we talk about that enough as well, Sommel, because yes, it's delightful having downforce through the twisty bits on the Nordschleife. Then it feels awful when you're blasting down the Dottinger Hohe and people are just flying past you.
Correct. And that's the whole challenge of the Nürburgring. What do you compromise for, ideally? And what sort of car do you also pick? Because some cars, of course, have better characteristics in some place than the other ones. So it's a game of compromise. I think that's what setup can be defined as very well, right? It's a game of compromise. What do you choose? And what can you maximize all the way through? Same goes with the tow as well, by the way, because in a place like qualifying, you definitely don't want somebody for 90% of the circuit until you come to the Dottinger, because then you can get the draft and go all the way past. So what are you going to do about it as a racing driver? What fits your style? Well, I don't know. Random things happen at times. But yeah, it's just a matter of compromise. And then, to complicate things up, Arjuna, you have teammates to work with. They might have a different style altogether. So, what do you do?
And it's why I did mention, for example, with Philip Gogolok in the Williams Esports number 53, paired up with Daniel Lafuente, making his debut for the team as well. Not sure how much time they would have really had to be able to work together and build that rapport, that relationship, but understanding what your teammate wants from a car can help you set the car up in a way that suits everyone a little bit more. Those are those little details that you do have to kind of think about and understand. I'm trying to track the gap back to Door Esports because, of course, that is the major threat that Schmalenbach is coming under. However, I don't want to discount Johan Harth either, because that AMG Team HRT by UOL entry, flying right now. He was a second and a half faster than Door Esports in their Porsche last time by. It's about 3 seconds faster than Schmalenbach last time by. I don't think it may not just be a 2-horse race for the victory between Urano and Door. Frenchman may very well insert himself into the equation, but only time will tell. And I think what a stark turnaround that would be, Sommel. I talked to Johan before the start of the season, and going into round one, he was clear. He did not expect a lot. He thought the Mercedes was on the back foot. The goal was to be the best of the Mercedes. They were able to achieve that. Round two rolls around, the car completely changes, the BOP completely changes, and I don't think they capitalized on it in the way that they would have wanted to. Do remember, it was a Mercedes 1 and 2 at the end of our NIMEX 3.5-hour race. Moving forward, I get the feeling that the AMG Team HRT by Joel, they're just going to continue building up their speed, building up their confidence. And with 7.5 hours of racing to go, I think they're in a very comfortable spot. And you'd think Seb Schmalenbach was in a comfortable spot looking at the concentration and lack of care on his face right now. You couldn't tell that there's a car 3.5 seconds back trying to challenge him for the race lead.
Pressure? What is pressure? Why is there any pressure at all? This is the perfect situation for them to be in right now, because not only are they sort of in touching distance of the win, but they also get the draft from the Walkenhaus car whenever they want to. And this is not a stage for fuel saving at all, right? Let's get this clear. They won't be fuel saving at all. They'll just be going hard, flat out whenever they can. So there is a bit of stuff to gain for Urano right now. This is a good position to be in, but you really can't tell if that he's actually in a crucial position. Totally ice cool, totally chill. And it seems like a normal day in his background as well. Normal Saturday afternoon.
I do like that setup as well. It looks quite relaxing. You've got the comfy chairs for when you're not driving, because let's be honest, racing seats are comfy for short periods of time. They're not always the most comfy for long periods of time. Importantly, Schmalenbach is held with Fabian Hari through the course of basically the full lap. He's just got the Flansgarden and then the Stefan Beloff S's to really navigate before they work through Galgenkopf and get onto the Dodge Hoa. But just look at those gaps. It's 3 and a bit seconds back to Lucas Müller from Schmalenbach. Then a further 4 and a bit seconds back to the Frenchman Johann Harth. Three-way fight with probably 3 laps to go next time at the line, with about 21 minutes estimated, I would say, when we see the Urano car come across the line. 3 laps to close 3.5 seconds doesn't seem so bad. 3 laps to close 7-8 seconds seems quite bad if we're being honest.
It's a challenge now from here on. 21 minutes is not a long period of time, especially when you've done, what is it, 2 hours and 40 minutes in the meantime? This is going to be a hard one, all things considered. But they are sort of gaining time, Arjuna. Not quick enough, but they are definitely gaining time here and there.
If they had a few more laps, maybe they would be in an even better spot. But Johann Haas got a small smile on his face, so he doesn't think he's out of it entirely. We'll get the gaps at the line, and we'll have a lot better of a sense of what's going to happen. Fabian Hari, I think, he's got a small chance of making it to the end of field, but he would need to, I think, slow the pace of the field down slightly, because he's going to tick over onto lap 7 of his stint. And based on the speed that he's been doing, I think that might be his final lap of the stint as well before he is forced to dive down onto pit lane. We'll see in about 22 kilometers time. Meanwhile, Johann Harth, who seems to be back in France for the time being, is going to be splitting his attention and his time between his home in France as well as being over at the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby. It's going to be interesting to see how his 2023 shakes up, being able to be alongside his teammates. Gap at the line, if you're curious, between Schmalenbach and Müller, between Urano and Dorr, net 1 and 2, 3.4 seconds. The gap between Harth and Schmalenbach, so the gap between 2nd and 4th, is about 7.5 seconds. To quote the late great Murray Walker, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. Lucas Müller will at least get, I think, half a lap maybe to look to see what he can do to find a way on past. As much as Johann Harth is going to force his way through the traffic with assertiveness and aggression, it's an uphill task to climb Although having said that, last time by, Johan Harth with a 7:48.416, 3.5 seconds quicker than the entirety of the top three.
Lovely, lovely, absolutely superb. He's only got 7.5 seconds to gain. I'm not sure if he can maintain that pace up, but if he can, we could well end up being your winner. But this is beautiful. Dirt Esports are now also slowly and steadily gaining time on our leaders eventually over here. So this is going to be a proper... I'm not sure if it's going to be a four-way fight. No, Adrenaline Motorsport do have to pit very, very soon. So a proper three-way fight for the win right now with 20-odd minutes to go. And those are the margins. That's how fine it is. You kind of work hard throughout the race so that in the last 10 minutes, maybe you get a couple of chances here and there to attack. So bring it on then. This is going to be a fun fight.
Looking forward to this, that is for sure. Thank you for joining us to kick off a new year. Plenty of unknowns for these teams and drivers in what is expected to be a wild year for sim racing. But one thing is a constant, one thing is known. That is the challenge of the Green Hell. And this Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race marks the start of 3 rounds in 2023 as we get set to crown our Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear champions on the 11th of March when we reach our KALFF 4-hour race, the final round of the season. Harth flashes the lights. He's closed already half a second this lap alone. He is definitely flying, that is for sure. And let's not forget that they did have to take one of their fast repairs. It's a fast repair, it's not a free repair. You do lose about 24 seconds in the course of taking the fast repair because you are forced to come back down onto the pit lane the very next lap and serve a drive-through penalty. Without those 24 seconds, that AMG Team HRT by UOL entry is well and truly clear of the rest of those as it runs right now as well. The best place of cars that had to take a success penalty in this class Sommel is going to be the BMW bank car that runs in 7th position right now. They of course only had 10 seconds of the success penalty. An extra 10 seconds went the way of Alessandro Bico in the number 55 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car. That entry is 10 odd seconds behind the Team BMW bank, so take off the success penalties and they're right around the same bit of tarmac. The biggest of the success penalties, of course, though, was the Williams Esports Razor team that won the last round of the championship. 30 seconds additional they had to be held in the pit lane. They're about 50 seconds off of your race lead. And so it's very difficult for us to sit here and say, without the success penalty, they're going to be running 4th on track because the context of the race changes so much. But it has meant that we're seeing a lot of innovative strategy coming forward from the teams, which we love to see.
True. It just creates an added layer of dynamism where we can just sit back and say, hey, maybe that could have happened. Maybe X could have happened. But yeah, I mean, ideally, the projections would say that Williams Esports Razor would be 4th. But even then, I don't think they'll be 100% satisfied by that because they know that they've got the base to go ahead and win a race. So P9 is going to be frustrating for them because, sure, success penalty, if you're good enough, that'll come to you regardless, right? Even it may come to you at round 1 or round 4, whatever it might be. But then what happens beyond the success penalty? I think bad performances can be masked behind one. And for Williams Esports Razor team, I think they'll be looking at this one and saying, yeah, I think we could have done a little bit better success penalty or not. And look, Team HRT taking a wider line. Johan Harth is just catching Lucas Muller so quickly. I remember he was just, 7.5 odd seconds behind just a few odd minutes ago. This is lightning fast.
He's only about 6 seconds now, less than 6 seconds off of your net race leader as well. It's coming down to the wire without a shadow of a doubt. Whether it's Door, whether it's this number 1 machine that's going to catch the Core Sim Racing GT4 entry, the SP10 class car, at a rather difficult spot. He'll get on past just about without losing too much time. And now we'll have to dispose rather efficiently of the Sims Esports car that runs 2nd in that category. Didn't lose too much time, maybe about 3/4 tenths of a second. Time bled off there. But as you see on the graphic on your screen, Lucas Muller has been unable to close up to Seb Schmalenbach. Schmallenbach has done exactly what he needs to do, Sommel. Use the draft of Fabian Hari to pull him along. Looking like he's in a great spot right now as we'll get ready to head to 2 laps to go as Door Esports comes to blows with one of the SP3T cars. It was Chris Bartel in the Parabit Sim Racing 477 that I think got mixed up there. Is that going to be something that Race Control takes a look at? We didn't get the best angle of it, if we're being completely honest. Doesn't look like there's damage on the Porsche 911 either, but not what the number 20 would have wanted to see in the closing stages of the race.
Oh, well, I think it's just a case of Door Esports being able to see their target and see the win in their sight. But in that, they got blindsided and maybe took an SP3T car out. This is a classic mistake. When you're so on the hunt, you can miss a touring car. Maybe go a bit too aggressive, and I don't know what to make of it. This is a hard place to pass anybody.
It is so hard to tell. It is so difficult to assign blame, and that's why poor Race Control has the most thankless job in all of sim racing. The onus is always on the faster car to make the pass cleanly. What will Race Control have to say about that, though? We will have to wait and see. My word. My word. Another look at it here. There's a healthy dose of air between the two of them, if we're being fair. Lucas Müller is about as far to the right as he can risk being. Not sure what more he could have done. Fabian Hari does indeed bring Adrenaline Motorsports and their BMW to pit lane for 2 laps of fuel, and now the podium is within 6.5 seconds. Last time by, Seb Schmallenbach with a 750 almost on the dot. Johan Harth only able to grab a second into that advantage, and crucially, Lucas Müller lost 0.8 of a second to your race leader. 2 laps still left to go around the green hell. Who will survive and who will crumble under the pressure? And see how close that Johan Harth is now to Müller. And he can't afford to lose too much time in battling his way past the Porsche, Sommel, because that will be exactly what Urano wants to see.
That is true. That is true. I think so far, none of the SP3T cars have actually even protested what Door Esports have done. So if that's not going to come, this could really add another dynamic into the battle. So as the penalty could as well, if of course the stewards decide that that is worth the penalty. Because then if Door Esports are aware, it suddenly changes the entire game. HRT don't really have to fight it that hard. They can just, I don't know, maybe if Door Esports will let them go past, smoothing things out eventually. But they have no incentive to, because if HRT close up, if HRT win, things are just going to go topsy-turvy in the table. As it stands, it's good enough for Door, as you can see on the top right, but nevertheless, this championship is so tight. This could go anywhere. Johan Harth with his current pace is really going to upset that order. He's closing up. Let's just hope that he's able to maintain the concentration, because these last 10 minutes will be incredible if he can.
Great to have the live points, and you can just see how it's going to not stretch out in terms of the top 2. It's more stretching out behind them, which is important. As it stands right now, 7-point splits the top 6 in the championship. Now there's going to be 2 trying to break away at the very front of the field. The gap has come down to 1.8 between Müller and Harth. They've got the SP10 leader to work their way through. BS Competition have taken the 10-second success penalty and said, you know what? Doesn't really matter to us. We're going to lead this race by 25 seconds as it stands right now. Although Door Esports have to be a little bit careful that they don't take out a second bit of lap traffic. Nervy down the hill through the compression into the foxhole and climbing towards Andar Forest. Just about figure it out. But the gap has come down even further to Johan Harth, who will catch Anderson at a perfect spot to get past him as quickly as possible. Drama to the end in this class. SP3T, to give you a bit of an update, Ross McFarlane has done a sterling job. He's absorbed the pressure from SimRC and has not wilted one iota. He's increased the gap to the second place car as Pure Sims look on course with almost 6.5 seconds back to second to grab the victory in round 3. So 9 minutes on the clock and 9 minutes to stay out of trouble for those at the very pointy end. It's one of those races where a mistake would very much be painful at this point. You make a mistake like Michi Tauscher did in one of our VCO events, turning off the traction control out of the final corner, and then spinning it around instead of taking the victory and finishing down the order instead. That's a moment that will live on in sim racing infamy, Sobel. You never want to be in that spot.
Not at all, not especially when it gets recorded live on the broadcast for you to go back again and check it out. Because once it's on air, you can never forget about it. It always comes back.
Gaps now stable once more. 4 seconds between first and second, and then a second back to Hearth in that yellow and blue machine, and now getting a tow all the way up the hill. The problem's going to be 4+ seconds to gain on one single lap. I get the sense it may be too little too late if Schmallenbach keeps himself out of trouble, whether that be self-inflicted or with any sort of traffic. Just look at how much more confident the Mercedes is in terms of the body language on the run up towards the carousel. Door Esports car pushing wide through the previous corner. And even through the carousel, such a tough place to execute well. Hearth seems to have such a comfortable car underneath him that he closed a couple of car lengths under braking and then maybe even getting onto the power that little bit earlier. This is where we were saying, if Door Esports knows they're in potential trouble, how hard will they fight as Hearth tries to find a way through? At the same time, Hearth will be thinking that the longer he's stuck behind the Porsche, the less chance he has of being able to catch the car in front. 1 lap to go after this one, Sobel, and what a race it's been. Urano seemingly have the slight nose in front.
But not by much, Arjuna. It's only around 5 seconds. And even over here, they are that much closer to HRT. At last, the gap has been cutting down bit by bit by bit by bit. Now Johan Hart can see him. Now Johan Hart can, I hope not, but quite literally touch the other car in front as well. So this is going to be some fantastic end. He's clearly got the pace advantage, but again, as you rightly mentioned earlier on, Arjuna, it's one thing to close up, another thing to pass. But I don't want to play spoil sport, but I suspect that when we get to the Dottinger, that Mercedes should ideally have the advantage in the straight line. But let's see.
We may not even have to wait until there. At the end of the Stefan Beloff S's, Johan Haas says thank you very much, and I don't think Lucas Muller was ever going to put up too much of a fight there. He'll see now maybe about slingshotting back down the Dottinger if he can stay close enough. A bit of a wiggle through the mini carousel. Front end of the car getting very, very light with no weight on that front end either, of course, in this rear engine Porsche 911 GT3R. Mercedes grunt now. We'll see how much top-end advantage Hearth has in terms of setup over Lucas Muller. The gap has grown between first and second now to over 5 seconds. Lucas Muller charging his way back forward is exactly what Johan Hearth would not have wanted to see. He'll tuck back into the toe and see if he can challenge into Tiergarten. He'll look to the outside, and with a nose in of overlap, he'll go off into the grass momentarily. They'll give each other racing room, and on the penultimate lap of the race, contact between the Mercedes and the Porsche. Muller bullied off into the tire wall. Significant damage for the front of Door Esports, and unfortunately, the race, likely for the race lead, comes to an end with that. More drama down the field, by the way, for Simsa Esports. They've had an issue on the penultimate lap. They've lost second spot now. It's given Core Sim Racing and Sven Neumann a chance to grab the second step of the podium. But my, oh my, drama as we wind to the checkered flag, Sommel.
And guess what? There's already a protest being written at this moment in time. Of course there is going to be one. That was it didn't have to be this crazy. It really did not. HRT clearly had the pace advantage. Now, I don't want to make a judgment call on this one viewing, but ideally, if the pace advantage was there, they could have, maybe should have waited. I'm still not sure if it's 100% their fault or if it's Esports' fault. We should maybe get a replay and probably leave it to the stewards to decide at the end of the day. But clearly, this was not necessary. And what that really does is opens up the gap a little bit. Johan Hart now still has a 5-second gap, even though this was the same gap from one lap go. Here we go with the incident once again.
We'll get a look and just remember how bumpy Tiergarten is as well. Lucas Muller was already half off the track, which is the natural racing line for a lot of drivers, to put the two wheels across of the white line and just maximize the entry. Oh, but my oh my, my oh my. Door Esports provisionally have dropped down to the 8th position. They did have to come down pit lane and I suspect had to take a fast repair as well. And we'll see them grab, I think, a post-race penalty as a result of likely not being able to serve a drive-through. We'll drop them probably at the very least to 9th position, if not outside of the top 10 potentially. Heartbreak after pushing and pushing and pushing, getting the Porsche to a level of performance that they were happy with as well. They'll have to rebound and go again on the 11th of Feb for the Happy Racing 3.5-hour race. So we've been focused on SP9 so much in these final moments. Let's give a bit of an update yet again on how the rest of the classes are shaking out. Here is the Deutsche Payment car battling with the Valkyrie Experience car, 13th and 14th in class. Meanwhile in Cup 2, dominant day for the Urano Esports Data Group car. Yes, they have used the success penalties to a bit of their advantage, but they lead very much on merit at this point. With a good 30-40 seconds to the rest of the field. Vlad Kimichev and Sam Koitot have worked together almost perfectly to lead by a strong margin. They've got to survive the next lap or so. Here's a look at the live standings now that we've had a bit of a shake-up after Door Esports have had their incident. What was I saying about a handful of teams breaking away at the front, Sommel? 7 points? Well, now that splits the top 5.
And where are Durr? They've just suddenly vanished from the top over there. Oh my goodness, this championship, Arjuna, seriously, this championship. It's got so many twists and turns, but the one question everyone will be willing to answer, or willing to want to know the answer to is, hey, are HRT closing quick enough? Did we tell them?
I'm just trying to figure that out. I don't think it is going to be enough, but Johan Hart has already chunked a second out of the lead. He's definitely running out of time, though. Daniel Lafuente on the back of Dominic Stave. It's the battle now for the final step of the podium. The incident for Door Esports has promoted these drivers into contention. And do remember, it's not just a battle for third and the points that go with it. Effectively, it's the battle for who gets the 10-second success penalty heading into that next race of the championship. I wonder how you even think about that. Are the points more valuable? Is the lack of success penalty more valuable? For Walkenhorse Motorsports, the lack of success penalty hasn't helped them out in the way that I think they would have wanted. So many different ways to think about this race. Time's about to expire, and that means the lap we're on will be the last lap of the race. Our race leaders, Sebastian Schmalenbach for Urano Esports, paired up with Alexei Nesov. They're working their way through the Much Curva. About half the lap still left to go. And gap to Johan Hart is now down to 3.6 seconds. The charge is coming. The charge is likely just a little bit too late. Is the feisty Spaniard, though, going to be looking to try and pass Dominic Stave on his return to sim racing? He's going to go the long way around if he's really going to make it stick. And not brave enough, apparently, to risk it, but tries the over-under. Heads-up driving from Daniel Lafuente. Surging for whatever grip he can. Not going to be able to get it done just yet, but watch for a bit of a drag race down the Dottinger sawmill, surely, between these two into the final quarter.
We need this battle badly. This has been brewing for such a long time. And you can see, right, the car up ahead, the BMW, is just so nervous on the carousel. You can see that it's twitchy here and there. And I wonder what happens in the final lap. The Williams car will definitely have the draft coming into the Dottinger. But what can the BMW do in that case? Can they maybe swap back around, use the reverse draft on them and get ahead? This is the kind of stuff that always happens in the last lap of the DNLS. And this is no different. We're getting to see more of that today as well. Oh, I can't wait.
Not just this battle that is going on. You've also got Urano and Door Esports in the SP10 class. Mercedes versus BMW GT4 battle. Alessio Bender trying to hold off Dylan Strivens as they battle on the very final lap. And confirmation that it is the final lap of the race. That's up at the top of your screen. Time is definitely winding down. Johan Hart, I think, has just had another issue with lap traffic. This at the same point that we saw Door Esports have their issue with an SP3T car. It just seems like that's a very difficult place to have traffic intermingling. And more significantly, Dominic Stabe is going to have a post-race penalty for a mandatory pit stop being too short. Daniel Lafuente will not even need to fight to grab third spot here on track. Maybe second if Johan Hart ends up in the steward's room after the race. There's the Hoisingveld car that is stricken with damage and trying to get around back to the line. They've already given up a podium spot. They may give up a top 5 spot if they're not lucky. Meanwhile, as Daniel Lafuente and Dominic Stabe power out of Galgenkopf for the very final time at the front of the field, it will be jubilation for the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports car. Alexei Nesov punched in a almost perfect 2 hours, flying under the radar at times, working on a strategy, and Seb Schmalenbach picked up the pieces and rode his way to the checkered flag as Urano Esports take the victory in the Schu 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Great drive from Urano and a battle through Tiergarten between Dominic Stabe and Daniel Lafuente. The Spaniard throws the Mercedes to the inside, but on traction loses the rear end of his car. Get your cameras out in a photo finish. Daniel Lafuente, by the narrowest of margins, will fend off the challenge from the Walkenhorst Motorsports BMW to grab the final step of the podium. Fantastic finish to this race, and a great way to kick off 2023 by returning to the green hell and putting on a show. We'll wait for the rest of the cars to come across the line. It's going to be a while in your Cup 2 class because Vlad Kimichev has already just started his most recent lap around the Nordschleife. Pure Sims as well, just heading through the Sabine Schmidt curve, have got to survive an entire lap. But for BS competition, a 10-second success penalty was not going to hold the Zebras back. Josh Anderson, along with his teammate Felix Kornbach, will bring BS competition back to the top here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. A fantastic performance in that SP10 category. And now the championship will become even more intriguing in a class where 3-point split Urano and BS competition coming into this event. Tommel, we still have a full lap for 2 of our cars and classes to work through, but a fantastic way to start off the new year.
I love this. This is a proper race. Then we see, of course, the other cars. The tougher one for Urano, of course. The 190 come across and finish at the very end of the day. But there is some more drama in the SP9 category, Arjuna, because you mentioned it early on, that incident with the number 1 HRT Mercedes car. Well, they've got a 30-second penalty for them. That's not going to help at all.
That is going to drop them down to the 5th position, promotes Daniel Lafuente to 2nd, I believe Fabian Hari is going to end up taking third once we cycle through these post-race penalties, because again, Dominic Stey will have a penalty from what we hear for the mandatory pit stop being just a fraction too short. We'll get hopefully confirmation as soon as we can as we wait for the rest of the cars to finish up here in this Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race. Phoenix Racing Esports just in front of Deutsche Payment Cobra in their race to the line. 3/10 the margin between the two of them after 3 hours of racing. Not completely done and dusted either. The Undici Scuderia Esports 411 is fighting with KALFF as they work through the Stefan Beloff S's. Difficult day for Adam Christodoulou, as that AMG Team HRT by UOL number 4 across the line in the 15th position. They did have another incident in the closing stages of the race as well. That dropped them down the running order once again. They'll be looking to bounce back again on the 11th of February, this time a bit more of a wait. We'll go racing once again for the Happy Racing 3.5 hours, the penultimate round of the championship. Deutsche Payment's 3:42 after grabbing second last time out. Will only get 8th after their 20-second success penalty. Meanwhile, our guest starters, Marcus Fischer and Christian Stockel, across the line to finish this race. Onno Grossman for Core Sim Racing is going to bring that Mercedes across the line in 9th position. And we'll next get, I do think, that battle between the Undici Scuderia Esports car. In fact, as we wait for the WNS eMotorsports machine to first come across the line, Undici Scuderia Esports and KALFF Esports in their SP3T battle. Be interesting to see who was able to grab the advantage with the 411 being in front as they ran to the line. And I think the KALFF car actually dived down to the pit lane. Not sure exactly why, but it will be the Undici Scuderia team that grabs 7th as a result of that. Not sure if they maybe missed exactly which lap it was. But more and more finishes across the line. I don't think race control is done and dusted just yet, Sommel. We'll have to wait and see, because I get the sense... Oh, never mind. Door Esports had thrown in another protest against the AMG Team HRT by UOL car, and I was like, maybe they'll get penalized a little bit more, but no, seems as though, for the most part, everything on the race control incident board is being adjudicated for the most part, and so we'll have a pretty good sense of how things shake up once all the cars are across the line.
Lots of penalties. Seriously, that HRT one at the end shakes things up big time, because now the championship has a different look to it altogether, with HRT now, again, not finishing anywhere in the podium. In a way, they dodge a success penalty for the next race, and their pace will be encouraging. But then again, there's a caveat to it. Others will catch up too. They won't always be that fast. So, oh well.
And the loss of points for the defending champions, I think, also going to be somewhat important. Saw how the championship equation was going to change, and now it's going to change even more. Going to be fascinating how the teams approach the next race. Again, slightly unique in terms of its race length as well. 3.5 hours, at least in SP9, is not very easy to break up. Might be a little bit less awkward in some of the other classes, but again, join us here on Nürburgring TV as we head to the penultimate round of the championship. Here finally comes the third of our winners. Sam Koiter saved a lot of fuel in the first stint, and I think was just biding his time, waiting for the opportunity for Vlad Kimichev to jump in and let loose and put on a show. The margin of victory is going to be scored at over a lap, just because Kimichev ended up doing an extra lap given his position to the leaders. But 30+ seconds regardless of that, even heading into the final stages. Great performance for Urano to grab a double victory, first in SP9, but also in the Cup 2 category, to start off a brand new year. We'll wait for your SP10 leader to finish up as well. I think he's maybe actually has already finished as Joshua Anderson for BS competition. We may have missed him coming across the line for a moment. Excuse me, now I'm confusing BS competition and Pure Sims Esports. We're still waiting for Ross McFarlane to finish up. He'll be across the line in about 20-30 seconds time to grab a victory for Ash Sutton's sim racing team, multi-time British touring car champion, and maybe it's fitting that Pure Sims are one of the best that this touring car class has to offer on iRacing, and it's going to be a well-deserved victory for Konstantin Stolzenberg and his teammate Ross McFarlane to come across the line after starting down in 4th position. They had to be patient, they had to bide their time, but it's delight for Pure Sims at the start of a new year as they grab the victory in the 3rd round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. SimRC will come across the line then in 2nd position after sliding backwards in the final hour of the race. But another fascinating race with drama all the way to the end in the DNLS. And Sommel, if people missed us in our previous years, in our previous seasons, you won't want to miss the next 2 races that we've got left before we close the books on this season.
That's true. So much of good racing up to come, not just in the SP9s, but across all the categories as well, where things are changing. Success penalties will come in the way. Hopefully not iRacing updates, but clearly the competitive order will be changing here and there. And with a couple of more long races yet to come, I think a lot could happen. And I'm very, very curious to see who actually survives the success penalties, because they seem to be the biggest thing to survive these days.
It's very much changing how you play out rather the latter parts of the race after the first cycle of pit stops. Here's a look at your race results though, and we'll start the SP3Ts. Maybe not a surprise to see Pure Sims and SimRC 1 and 2. Great job from Impulse to grab 3rd, but for Team Hoisingveld, they are going to be a little bit frustrated with being involved in an incident on the final lap of the race that dropped them from the podium spots. They're across the line in 4th position. Bill Motorsports in their 444, well, they had nervy moments on lap number 1, but they were able to bounce back and grab a top 5 finish in front of Parabit Sim Racing, the Undici Scuderia esports team, who finished in front of Carlar at the end of the day, with PPM Racing Team Turtle in 9th position. X-Racer Pink rounds out the top 10 in this SP3T class with just the one car, the Hyundai Elantra, a TC machine that we see. 2 more classified cars as well. The 445, the Garage Schmidt Motorsport entry, along with the Alemania Aachen Esports car, the 488, with all 12 cars, I do believe, getting somewhat close to the end. Only one retirement, that being the Alemania Aachen Esports car at the very end of the day in this SP3T class. Remember that even though these car drivers are very close in terms of speed over 1 lap, they only get 1 lap before the traffic starts to break them all up. And so that's why we see the big margins come the end of the race. Of course, this is just one of our 4 categories to talk about. Not just the 10, but the 12 in this one. We'll talk quickly as well, I guess, about some of the other categories. But Sommel, I mean, your reflections on this SP3T class as SimRC are bested and grab a consecutive second place finish.
But it's still coming up very, very well for them. I think, considering the success penalty that they got, things are going around very, very well. And of course, remember, next time out as well, they get a similar success penalty too. So it's building up. You don't necessarily need to win everything. And so for SimRC, it's been a good race.
Take a look at SP10 as well. BS competition able to work their way forward. They also had success penalties to think about, but they managed the race situation the best in what was a chaotic SP10 category. Core Sim Racing and Sven Neumann across the line in 2nd to grab a podium for them, while Tatu Sipala ended up doing this race by himself, which you can do. You're allowed 1 joker over the course of the season, and the 335 uses it now, with Alexia Loma not jumping into that car. Dylan Trivens and Konstantin Scharf finish 4th after starting towards the front of the field with Door Esports, Simsa, Team RSO, Deutsche Payment, Core Sim Racing, and Total Sim Racing, the top 10. Nürburgring Esports team, BCMC Motorsports, and TR Motorsports through the 13 in this class, with all making it to the end. Over to the 992s in the Cup 2 class, where it was a masterclass from Vlad Kimichev and Sam Koitert. Even before the final lap of the race, the margin up above 30 seconds. But interestingly, it's the 222 Avia WNS East Motorsports car that grabs second in front of the guest starting Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 276. In front of the championship leading 275, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. 275 and 205 came into this race tied for the championship lead. It will see the advantage swing slightly in the favor of the 275, but Phoenix Racing Esports Cup managed a bit of damage through the course of this race to get a top 5. Simsa Esports in 6th, in front of Kramer Racing Esports, with IES Sim Racing Schweizer, Nest Academy by WMS, and then WSE Motorsports, the top 10. Final finishes in this class were IBAC Sim Racing, WS Racing Esports' 221, while Leipert, Greiker, and Peter Bonk Performance not making it to the end. In the case of Peter Bonk Performance, not even getting out onto the Nordschleife before their race was officially closed. Finally, over to the SP9s, where this is going to change around, albeit slightly. No change for the win. Great drive from Alexei Nesov and Seb Schmalenbach to grab the victory. But we will see that number 1 AMG Team HRT by UOL car drop down 30 seconds. They'll be classified then in the fourth position when all things are said and done. It will promote the number 53 to second. Adrenaline Motorsports will grab a well-earned podium, with Bosindre Setsos and Fabian Hari putting in some good stints through the course of this race. Then you'll get the number 1 car in front of Bruno Spengler and Norby Kish for the BMW bank entry. Williams Esports Razor with a 30-second success penalty, only able to grab 6th in front of Door Esports, who had the incident with the number 1 on the penultimate lap of the race, had to come to pit lane. We'll see exactly if they finish there or if they get dropped down outside of the top 10 as a result of that as well. Walkenhorst Motorsports 8th. They'll be a little bit frustrated as well, you think, given how their race ended up playing out. Ended up getting a penalty as well for not meeting minimum pit stop time. Pace was there. What will we see in the final 2 rounds? We'll have to wait and see. 2 more AMG-affiliated teams. Williams in front of Urano to close out the top 10. Difficult day for Luca Kita and his teammate, Luki Trevs. And it started early doors as well, with a bit of self-spin and then contact with traffic stacking up. The 190 very much had to fight its way through the wars. The first of the Lamborghinis is going to finish down in 11th. That will be Leipert Esports. Just about 3/10 back off the Urano car. Bit of a fun fight for them in the closing stages. Valkyrie's Experience car is going to be in 12th in front of Phoenix Racing Esports, the Deutsche Payment Cobra car. And then the rest of the finishes, AMG Team HRT by UOL, RC Car Shop, and then 2 non-finishes, G-Tech Competition and early retirement for the Mahler Racing team. That's a look top to bottom at your race results. 58 cars took to the green. Not all of them made it to the end. Again, Sommel, though, a great way to start off the new year. I can't wait to get going again on the 11th of February once again. It's going to be a lot of fun for the Happy Racing 3.5-hour race.
Indeed it is. Same teams, different drivers here and there due to some changes, but also different track time, because we're going to be there for 3.5 hours. Things are going to be different, but one thing that remains common is the quality of the racing, and that won't change, would it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, from the very start, we were treated to a thrill, and the strategy only got things more intriguing and exciting as we built to those final stages of the race. 2023 has started, and a great race here for the Schu Messtechnik 3-hour race, round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We'll be back in just over a month's time, so don't forget to join us on the 11th of February for round 4, the Happy Racing 3.5 hours. On behalf of the entire team at Nürburgring TV, for Sommel Aurora, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, hopefully 2023 only gets better from here, because what a treat we had here today. Well-deserved winners in all 4 of our categories. It's Urano in top on both the SP9 as well as the Cup 2 leaderboards, while in SP10 it's the Zebras of BS Competition waving the checkered flag. SB3T sees Pure Sims Esports standing tall to kick off the new year. We'll see you on the 11th of February. For now, though, thank you for joining us for the Schultz Messtechnik 3-hour race, and we'll see you in just over a month's time once again for some more great racing in this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear.